Okay, so starting up the game, I'm on Diamond 10. I hopefully will be able to get to Legend today with the Rogue. At least that's the goal.
Valera versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild.
Alright, so Druid. Just full mulligan this. I'm trying to, once again, I'm just trying to get the Shafar. I've got the Shafar, so that's on 3. I got Lucky Comet as well, so hopefully I can get some sort of way to get the Buccaneer out, ready to go, so I can get the buff onto the Buccaneer. 3 Spirit, so they're playing like a... They're playing a Hero Power of sorts version. So turn 3 is going to be Nexus, prep Lucky Comet, gets out the Buccaneer. So it gets the buff onto the Buccaneer. Okay, so play down Nexus, use prep, buff goes onto the Buccaneer. I'm then going to use Lucky Comet so it'll be able to do it no matter what. I'll get the second Buccaneer. And then I'm just going to pass. Next turn is probably going to be pass Slick Buccaneer, and then maybe coin, just depends. Okay, so they're going for swipe, which is fine. Can do the trade quite easily. So play down my Buccaneer. Oops, my mistake. I forgot to use the combo. I got a little bit distracted. That's alright. I'll just get rid of this. Just pass over to them. It's important when you make mistakes like that because it's important to combo. I didn't really have a way to combo very easily from that hand, but it still isn't a reason why I didn't get that buff off onto it. It's a pretty bad play to do that. So this turn I'm just gonna go face and reattach the weapon. I don't really have anything else to do. Because I can't establish the buff very easily. Especially since I made that misplay to Sun. Because I should have 366s, 365s, but it's important if you do make a mistake not to dwell on it. Okay, they're going for the swipes, they're taking out my minion, which is fine. This turn I go Tarslick, Buccaneer, O-Manager. Gets the buffs back onto this Buccaneer. So I'm significantly further behind because of the mistake, but yeah, once again I need to just make sure I'm focusing on the gameplay now. I should be in a relatively decent position because I don't think there's really too much they'll be able to do. Okay, so they're getting their silence back into their hands, so they're just trying to get rid of these guys. I'm going to establish the quick pick. Just going to go face and... I'll just hit into the 4, just to see what I end up drawing into. I draw into another quick pick. I don't really want to play down this Buccaneer just in case, because they're going to be able to get rid of the get rid of it anyway, so I'm just going to reface. And I'm just going to pass because I don't want to lose this just in case, because if they have something to be able to deal with it, it means that I'll just basically lose. Okay, they're buffing up their hero power again. So they can't fully trade into this just at the moment. Going face by the looks of it, that's fine. Okay, I got gear shift. I can't use it with this in my hand. I'm just gonna go face and see what I end up getting with it first. Quick pick. Got a fan of knives, that's decent. So I'm gonna go for a backstab and then I'm gonna go for fan of knives just to draw an extra card and see what I end up getting. I got a breakdance which is really good for me. So I'll play down my Buccaneer, go face, and use the breakdance on this one. And then I'm gonna re-establish my weapon. The buffs then go on to this Buccaneer. I'm just gonna pass over to them. So it's so yeah, I should be in a relatively decent position going into next turn. If I get the South Sea Deckhand, it's already game over. I'm at 16 health, which is a little bit concerning considering they're using a spell druid sort of thing. I don't even know really what they're doing. Okay, so they're silencing my 9-8, which is fine, I guess. So I'm gonna go for coin here. This will make sure the buffs go back into my hand, so I'm just gonna play it back down. Play down the rush. And then I'm gonna put the scrap heap on. So it's gonna go onto my scrap heap minions, which is fine, I guess. Like, it means that I've still got the buff. I'll just see how those land, but I'm always going to be trading my 15. Always going to be trading. Don't have any rushes, unfortunately.
Break it down. What a steal!
I think I've just got to hit into this. Actually, there's a lot of cards in my deck that I'll be able to use to clear this, so I'm just going to draw a card. I'll see Deckhand's fine. I can't get lethal this turn though. Might be a mistake not doing it. It's just because I've run out of time doing this. I could have got lethal if I had a little bit of longer turns, because that's 9 and 9 and then 2. So that's 20. Fine.
We've created a temporal anomaly.
They're going for another silence. They can't use it. I don't know why what their deck really involves. It looks like they're using a hero power one of it. Taking 15 on the face.
I concede.
Okay, next game. Welcome everyone to the stream. I hope that you're enjoying it. I'm currently in my second day of using this rogue deck to climb. I should hopefully by the end of this stream have legend, but we'll just wait and see how it ends up going for me. I'm only using one at the moment. I get so frustrated when I draw them with dig for treasure, because it's much better to get Buccaneer. I do feel like 2 could be a better idea, but I am just running the 1. Because it means that you don't have any way to, like if you fall behind, you don't have any way to get it back. Something that I do want to cut is the scrap heap. I don't really feel like that's very necessary. It feels like it doesn't really do enough. Okay, 1 Buccaneer, that's fine. There's a problem. like the South Sea deckhand is relatively decent though, so I may end up just putting one back in just to see if that ends up doing. That's a good draw. Okay, just pass. Next turn's Shafter into Lucky Comet. Sorry, Shafter prep Lucky Comet gets this as having the buff.
As a gracious host, I will tend to you personally.
Okay, get the Lucky Comet out. It's always Telgar. That's probably the best of the combo minions to be getting. And I'm just gonna pass here. I could use Backstab, but I don't really want to use it just yet because he's more than likely just going to trade into this anyway. The Backstab's going to be a useful activator for the Bargain Bin Buccaneer because I want to keep the coins as well. Okay, so they're playing a Starship version. So I go Backstab first. Don't want to make the mistake that I did last time. Play down the Buccaneer. And then I'm going to go for coin to get the Buccaneer, to get the buff into my hand. And then I'm going to use the O Manager more than likely. Or actually I might establish the weapon. I'm just going to full trade. The O Manager could be useful in future turns for me. So I've got a decent board at the moment. They don't usually run any way to really clear this either. So I'm sitting pretty safe. Okay, that's fine. So I'd say that's more than likely going to be the one that freezes the board. I'm going to go face here. I'm going to use the coin. And then I'm going to use Dubious Purchase. Gets me to draw some more cards. Got the South Sea Deckhand, which is really good because I'm going to be able to use the Tolgath with it. So I'm going to re-establish my weapon for next turn. Then just go face. So that obviously is a weakness of only running one South Sea Deckhand because they can just get it out. I'm not sure if they're going to take it out or not. They probably will because it's such a weak minion. But if not, that's a terrible idea for them. They're obviously trying to get the buff.
Mistakes were made.
Do I really need the coins? Yeah, I'll get the coin. Grab the Backstab here. Lay down Telgarth. Use the Shadow Step on the 2-1. Or actually I can deal extra damage. So trade here. Go face. Shadow Step onto the 2-1 always. It gives it plus 9. So I'm up to 11 with it, so that's lethal. Yeah, that was close. But, you know, I still had the board control and I could still, with the Spark Bots, it means that I still could deal deal with it relatively decently. But yeah, Dirty Rat is a little bit scary for that if I draw into that. But I think they were trying to also go for the I think they were trying to go for the buff minion because they still had 4 mana left, so they were probably just trying to get the corpse onto it. And since a lot of these decks do run the 2 South Sea Deckhands, it means that they wouldn't just trade into that for no reason.
Valera versus Gul'dan. Your soul shall be mine.
Okay, I think I'm just doing a full ditch of this hand. Okay, so what I've noticed from my gameplay is I want to make sure I don't use Lucky Comet until after I've got a Buccaneer ready and active. Because if I use the Lucky Comet, it could get something that's relatively useless, and then it just becomes really bad for the hand. Okay, so they're just life tapping. I might just... I don't want to use the dubious purchase just in case it is taunt, so I'm just going to use gear shift here. I'll get rid of these two. Like it's okay to have them at the moment, but I'm trying to get the Nexus Prince. I got back the lucky comet anyway, so yeah, whatever. Because I don't know for certain if this is the taunt version or if this is the armor gain one. If it's the armor gain, it's much better to have used the dubious purchase. But if it's the taunt one, it's definitely a lot worse not using the dubious purchase. I'm just going to establish the weapon and pass. If it is the taunt one, it's much better to get the dubious purchase and keep it in hand. Okay, laptop. Yeah, so this is the armor gain one. Okay, I got the Nexus, which is fine, but I still don't have the Buccaneer. So I want to keep the coin as long as I can, so I'll just see if dubious purchase gets me where I need to go. I've got the Buccaneer in my hand now. So if I go coin O manager, it clears that and then I can have another coin in my hand. Or I could just go task slick and then trade into it. I think it's coin O manager and then go face with it because the 2-1 doesn't really mean anything to me. The reborn one doesn't really mean anything to me. Oh, it feels terrible if you don't draw Shafar. Like, there's some games where you're like turn 7 and you don't have it, and it's just like, well, that's the game. It's a very high rolly deck, so it's you're basically just hoping to get what you need. If you don't, it's, you know, it just is what it is. Okay, play down Shafar. I'm going Fan of Knives here, I think. Actually, if I go coin, it means that if I do get the South Sea deckhand, I'm able to then use Fan of Knives afterwards. Does it do it any different if I just did the coin second? Not really, so I'm just gonna go Fan of Knives and see what I end up getting. Ups onto the 3-3, which is good. I'm just gonna trade into the 2-1 here just because I don't want them to easily be able to clear the 3-3. Okay, so next turn's getting the Lucky Comet active because I want to be able to use it for the Buccaneer. The new, has anyone seen the new hero that came out this morning, the StarCraft one? It looks pretty interesting how they're giving a decent buff to the starships. But I don't think it's on Druid, I think it's just on Warrior and Shaman. And then there's one of the other classes. Okay, so always Lucky Comet here. That's probably the best of them. Lay down the Buccaneer. Coin. Hopefully it lands onto my South Sea deckhand. If not, it's fine if it lands onto that. I don't really care. Okay. So now I can go South Sea deckhand. Oh, hold on. If I go South Sea deckhand, I can breakdance it afterwards. So I can go Shadow Step onto this. Actually, maybe I play this down. Hit into these, and then I can get it out of my hand as well. And then use Shadow Step onto one of these Buccaneers. And then most of it could go onto the South Sea deckhand, if not it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, 11. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, they're adding all the different StarCraft types. So it is a... Oh, there's... So its battle cry is relaunch every starship that you've launched this game. What class is it for? It's for Paladin, Shaman, and Warrior. I don't really know if it's that useful, like, cause it's useful for the It's useful for the... Hold on. Okay, so I got charge, so I can always go face with this. Use the backstab on the 2-1. It buffs up my Rosh minion now. And then use breakdance onto my 6-4, I guess. Wait, that was a mistake. I hope they don't have a way to clear the board.
Here we go.
I was too focused on the new Shaman card. Oh well, I should be fine. This should be big enough to be able to deal with whatever they have. Yeah, so it seems pretty decent. Like, I do wonder what the synergy is going to be, especially for Paladin, because Paladin I don't think really gets anything from starships. Okay, so Helon, your other minions have 1 attack. Transforms if you launch a starship. Starship piece. Battlecry +1 for each other friendly minion. Also triggers on launch. Summons a 2/2 Marines with Taunt. Your next starship costs 2 less. I don't really think Paladin's doing too much with that. New Protoss minions. So spend 4 mana to double this minion's stats for Druid. Rush Divine Shield, if this costs 0, gain 2/2. Warp Gate, your next Protoss minion costs 3 less, and Chrono Boost is draw 2 Protoss minions, summon 1 with charge. Yeah, I'd say it's going to be sticking with hand buff Paladin, or Lanessa Paladin. Those don't really seem like they're very useful for Paladin. That one's for Druid mostly, I'd say. Why is there a 7-cost minion here that has spend 4 extra mana? So you basically need to make sure that you have your new heights, otherwise it just isn't possible.
The unholy fester.
Seems terrible. I'm gonna keep the raiding part. Oh. Let's keep the raiding party just in case I need to draw the extra cards. The amount of gold for the expansion isn't too bad. I think it's 2,500, so that seems relatively decent.
Solves any problem.
I'm just going to pass here. Backstab can be relatively useful, but I feel like they're probably going to... yeah, they'll probably do something that's... It's probably better just holding it, just for an activator if I need it. Fan of Knives, draw a card. It also makes it so these don't need to be traded into. Okay, I can do a full clear if I need to. But then I lose all my possible activators. I think I probably got to, because taking extra 5 damage could be a bit of a problem for me. Just to make sure I'm a bit safer. Down to 19 cards, so it is a little bit of a problem.
Great harvest.
Orange War, it's fine, I'm not too scared of that or too worried of that. More and Poor usually is a relatively decent card to be playing. South Sea Deckhand. Okay, so I'm going to play down the quick pick. I'm just going to go face and see what I end up getting. Another quick pick. If I play Lucky Comet, I do need the Nexus Prince, so I need to guarantee it. Like, I feel like it's probably the play here. And then I'll just get the Elven Minstrel to make sure I'm guaranteeing it next turn.
Job's done.
Yeah, that's true. But with the current cards, just looking at the current ones, they don't seem that decent. But yeah, I always get the... They're so valuable, those, especially if you're doing free to play, those are really good to be getting, the, expansions. Okay. Castlick can go up to the 2-2. I'm just gonna play the Elven Minstrel down because I just need it out of my hand. I don't want it to get buffed up either.
Here we
Even if I did draw it with the quick pick. I got the prep, which is good. I'm just gonna pass over them. So next turn I should have a relatively decent go, as long as my Buccaneer, as long as it doesn't land on my South Sea Deckhand. If it does, I can still work around it. Gonna be taking 6 damage though, which isn't preferred. They might also play it. I'd say this turn they're playing down their Delicious Cheese as well.
Could use a trim.
I feel like it's a bit of a misplay. Like they should be playing. I think they should play down the Delicious Cheese this turn. Okay, so always play down the Nexus, and then I'm gonna go for prep and see what it lands on. Lands onto the Buccaneer, which is really good for me. So I'm gonna play down the Buccaneer. I think it's always Valera's Gift here. I can get a backstab so I can do some extra clearing. Okay, 1 into each is fine. I think I backstab the more and Poor, so then I can clear it. They're not going to get any extra health. It's not too important for me, but it just means that it's out of the way. And I'm always trading to the 3-1 here because it's not going to give them a decent trade there. Yeah, I played SHAFFAR Rogue before the nerf. It was interesting. It was basically this, but you didn't have as much way to tutor out the minions or tutor out the card. Okay, they're summoning 3/5 cost minions. That's fine. Ugh. Okay.
That feels good.
So, always play the quick pick. It allows my South Sea Deckhand to get the buff. Play down the South Sea Deckhand. I think I'm gonna have to trade here. I don't have enough damage in hand at the moment, so I'm gonna trade into the 2/2. Play down the... Let's draw a card with the quick pick. Gear shift. So I go for dig for treasure here. It gets this into my back into my hand once I use the breakdown, so I'll play this down. Oh wait, hold on, I don't have the prep. Oh dear.
What a steal!
That's not good. I keep forgetting breakdance is 1, not 0.
Stand and fight. In darkest night.
My mistake.
I give up.
As far as they go.
It's important when you're using this, obviously, to make sure that you keep your mana total up. And you focus on your mana total. As you noticed just then, I didn't pay enough attention to it, and I ended up losing because of that. It wasn't great doing it that way. Okay, always keep dig for treasure here. Raiding party's decent as well. Because Druid usually isn't very aggressive. So I think this is going to be the play keeping these. I'm going to go for prep raiding party and then dig for treasures to 50-50. Or I could wait for the following turn and then I could see it even better. I think that might be the play, because ultimately I won't be able to play the Nexus Prince on turn 2 anyway. Oh, it's spell damage. Yeah, I'm gonna wait an extra turn because I can go prep raiding party and I'll just see what ends up happening from it. I'm hoping that I can draw into one of my pirates first. So I'm gonna go prep raiding party now. I'll see what I draw. I get both Buccaneers in the quick pick. And now I'm gonna go for dig for treasure and see if I get it. I do. I'm just gonna pass over. Hey, I do custom artwork for a stream. Would you like to see? No, I'll be okay, thank you. Okay, so this turn is gonna be Nexus Prince. Coin. More than likely. It gets the Buccaneer ready for next turn.
Keep on panning.
Yep, so Nexus Prince
As a
coin.
gracious host, I will tend to
It gets one of the Buccaneers ready, so then I can do Valera's Gift the following turn with it. So I'm just gonna pass. Okay, so they still, I think, are a couple of turns off the spell damage play. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to establish pressure so then they have to burn some of their important spells. Okay, they're going to draw an extra card, so I think there'll be at least one more turn off. So I'm going to go Lyra's Gift here. Or do I go Gear Shift? No, it's always Valera's Gift so I can activate the backstab. So get the backstab, play down the Buccaneer with the buff, use the backstab onto the 1-2. It then buffs up this Buccaneer, and then I'm just going to go face and I'm going to Shadow Step one of the Buccaneers up. It means that next turn I'll be able to get this and then have two of them on the board at the same time. Okay, so they've got their hand buffed up now, so I'm hoping that there's not too many spells that can burst me down. Turn 5 play may be just playing down the quick pick, playing down the Buccaneer and shadow stepping this after attacking. I think that's what it's going to be. So I'll play down the quick pick. I'll go face and see what see what I draw first. Play down the Buccaneer. It gets the buff onto it. Buff with it. And then I'm going to shadow step this Buccaneer.
Job's done.
And then the buff will land on these two, or one of these two. Okay, so most land onto this one, which is quite good for me. Okay, so they're at 19 health, so this is enough pressure just to be able to deal with them. So if they don't have lethal, they, yeah, they could die just on the board, because it's 21 damage here. Okay, so they're going for Vista and a freeze. That's fine. So I'm sitting on 12 damage, 13 with that. Okay, so they're clearing. So that reduces down their possible damage in that in their spell damage turn. So that's the idea of what I'm trying to go for here. I think it's always just use the quick pick, see what I draw into. Get a dubious purchase, which is okay. I think I'm just gonna if I do the deafen, I can get this down. So I think it's go quick pick, play this one, use the no, I can't use the gear shift on that. Go phase. Play down this. Breakdance onto my 9/8 that's frozen. And then just trade it into that. And then next turn, if I need to, I can deal with whatever. The problem is that they could combo me down this next turn, but I feel like that they're... with how their turn was last turn, and then they've also used a spell damage, they probably won't be able to. Okay, so they're using the life bender, so that's reduced down the cost a second time, but they wasted one of their spell damage by freezing a minion, and they also used spell damage last turn, so it means that they more than likely won't have enough spell damage in that hand to be able to deal with this.
How enigmatic.
So they've got an extra 2 spells, so that those won't have the buff on them. I don't think that they'll have it because they've got 6 cards that don't have any buff on them.
Time is fleeting.
And there's no freeze spell in this deck either. There's just this one. Dealing 4. Dealing 4 again. It's fine. Wipe for 6. Doesn't do anything to my board. So I think if they had this available, and also that freeze that go with the flow available as well, they would have had some sort of chance. Can you pop your Discord on the chat so we can discuss? No, it's okay, thank you. I don't need to have a look at the artwork. Okay, so let's have a look at Warrior. So Warrior usually is quite easy as well because you get your minions too big for them to be able to deal with, and they don't usually have a dirty right.
Watch your...
Get rid of the Buccaneer, get rid of the Dubious Purchase, get rid of the Quick Pick as well. Okay, I've got to dig for treasure, prep, and fan of knives. It's more than likely just dig for treasure turn 1. Okay, got a Buccaneer, so that gives me access to a coin, which is really good. Okay, I'm just gonna... I can either establish the weapon or I can use Fan of Knives. I think it's always just establishing the weapon. Okay, so they got a totem, so I can Fan of Knives it now if I need to, so it lets me draw a card as well. Dubious Purchase is a good draw as well, so I'm going to go prep Dubious Purchase. Coin's more important in this deck than the prep is. I'll just pass. I don't want to waste the weapon swing in case I need it for future minions. So they're going to get the Garish Gift to get the shield block. Got a Gear Shift. I'll use the Fan of Knives first because I want to draw a card. And then I'm going to use the Gear Shift. It gets rid of the prep, but that's fine. I don't really need it at the moment. I got another Dubious Purchase and another Dig for Treasure. So I want to use the second Dig for Treasure to see what I get. I got the Nexus, which is really good. So I'm just going to pass here. Okay, so the totem's not too much of an issue for me, so I just play down the Nexus Prince. And then I think I just use the... I want to keep the Deafen actually, in case they have a Starship. So I'm just going to use O Manager onto it. Gets the buff onto my Buccaneer. Okay, so they've got the Defense Crystal, so Deafen now is quite strong on it. It means it doesn't activate the star. The fact that it's a Starship piece, so it loses that that buff for it. If you use Deafen first. So I'm gonna use the coin. It gets both of these active. Lay down my Buccaneer. Do I want to do that first? Yeah, I'll play down the Buccaneer. No. I Deafen first. I then play down the Buccaneer. And I'm going to have to get a minion back into my hand to make sure the buff activates. So I could just go Breakdance into the 3-1, it gets it back into the hand. And then I can do a Shadow Step onto this to get it back out. So this goes phase. Let's go Breakdance onto the 3-1. It gets the buff back into my hand. Play that. Just trade into that. Coin. Lay down the Nexus and Shadow Step. So they have knowledge now that these are my only cards in my hand that are minions, so if they have a Dirty Rat, this is probably now their time to play it. Sanitize clears the board. So I play the Lucky Comet here, see what I end up getting. It's always Talgath. Lay down the Buccaneer. And then I'm just going to use Dubious Purchase. It draws me some more cards, but it also means that I'm guaranteed with whatever I want to for it. And I'm more than likely going to be Shadow Stepping one of these 12-11s. So I'll Shadow Step one to get one back into my hand because I'm going to be using Talgath more than likely next turn. And just keep my weapon established. It also means that Dirty Rat has 2 possible procs that it could land on, but since they didn't use Dirty Rat last turn, it's more than likely they're not going to be able to use it this turn. Bob the Bartender just freezes the board, that's not too much of an issue for me. I'm just going to play the Quick Pick, and then I'm just going to go face and see what I end up drawing into. Gear Shift's fine. I'll use the Gear Shift here just to, because I'm trying to get my South Sea Deckhand established now. I get the Raiding Party, which means that I can get South Sea Deckhand next turn. So let's play down the Telgath. I'll use the backstab onto the 4/5, so it means that it's ready. The buffs onto my Buccaneer now, and then I'm going to use Fan of Knives. I hate how long this buff takes, it's ridiculous. It's even worse if you're playing against it, because you don't know what it's going to land on. Okay, so they had to use Bob the Bartender to freeze his board last time, so I don't think they're going to have any way to really clear it this turn either. They're going for a Brawl play. Okay, so backstab to activate. Lay down my rush minion. Use the Tarslick. Lay down the South Sea Deckhand. And just finish it. So Warrior basically has no real possibility of defeating this deck just because you can get like, I'm pretty sure this is going to become a 58 attack minion, which is just ridiculous. And then, because once you get all the buffs down onto it, you're just too big for them to be able to deal with, really. Okay, so, yeah, so, like, if you're playing against slower decks, this deck's way too powerful for it. Against more high-tempo decks, that's where you do start to have a little bit of trouble. But obviously this board's just insane for anything to really have any sort of chance to be able to cope with. Okay, what's our next matchup? Okay, playing against the Death Knight. So basically against Death Knight, your usual strategy is just go for the Nexus as always. Fan of Knives is pretty decent in this matchup as well. So I'm going to mulligan these two. I think I'll keep these two. Raiding Party is always going to be quite strong because it allows you to draw more cards through your deck and also gets the quick pick activate. Okay, so I got a South Sea Deckhand, which means this is guaranteed for 2 Buccaneers. So if I draw Dig for Treasure in the next few turns, I don't want to play it until after I've used my Raiding Party. So then the Nexus is guaranteed. Okay, so Raiding Party loses more value if I don't activate it soon. I've got 2 Fan of Knives, but I'm just waiting for the Mining Casualties for that. So I think I just go Coin and Raiding Party this turn. It is a little bit unfortunate to draw that that Buccaneer that turn because I would have been able to get it in the future turn. But having this sort of hand means that I'm a little bit safer against a possible Death Knight play. Okay, the Nexus is a decent draw, so I'll just play down the quick pick here to establish it. I'm just wondering whether to hit into the 1/1 or not. I think I do just to reduce down the possible damage that I'm taking. And I'm also in this situation hoping to draw into a spell as well that I can use to activate the Nexus.
The fallen will serve.
So I still don't have a spell to activate it. So use Fan of Knives first, see what I draw into. Shadow Step's fine. I think I just use the second Fan of Knives here just to clear this thing as well. Dig for treasure is not very useful right now. I'm not going to attack because I'd overdraw if I did. So it's more than likely for this turn, next turn going to be Nexus, dig for treasure. Actually, it'll be Nexus, dig for treasure because it's not a guarantee that it lands on the Buccaneer for the lucky common. If I go gear shift, it means that my dig for treasure is active again. So I might go for that play. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do gear shift so that it reactivates these. So gear shift also possibly puts the Buccaneer back online too. It lands into the Buccaneer. Okay. So now I'm gonna use the dig for treasure. This gets me the extra 2 cards back into my hand. And I'm gonna have to use the coin here as well. I'll use the Tarslick into the 3/3 just in case, and I'm just going to trade into the 1/1 to get rid of that the board. Lucky Comet will be useful for the future next turn. Incendius is fine. Okay, so they're going to trade here. I'm going to take out the Incendius next turn. I can also then get my Buccaneer back online as well. Okay, so it's always Lucky Comet first. Get the Buccaneer. Lay down this one. And I'm going to deafen the 1/1. It gets the buff into my hand. And I'm going to trade 2 into the Incendius because I don't really want that to be sitting on board. And I'm I think I just keep these. I can Shadow Step next turn because I'm going to need to get the activator for the South Sea Deckhand too. And it's more than likely they're not going to have a way to deal with this board, so they'll probably end up playing the Delicious Cheese. I think that's for 3. LF Breach is fine. Okay, so I'll put the Quick Pick out. So I'm going to play down my South Sea Deckhand now. It has charge, so I can deal damage using it. So I'm going to trade these 2 6/3s down. They're going to get traded out. Go face with the 6/5. Shadow Step the 6/5. Go face with the 8/7. Lay down this one, and then I'm going to use the rush, the breakdance for this 8/7 to get it back into my hand. And then I just trade with the 6/5. I'll also use my weapon because next turn's more than likely going to be the winning turn. So going into 8 mana, they could have their Titan, but that's about it that they'd be able to draw into. They could somewhat deal with this. Have some cheeses. Not too worried about that.
You could use a trim.
Okay, yeah, this is over. I don't know why that showed me the snake oil register. It's a bit strange. Is that some sort of glitch?
You could use a trim.
So I've got 14 damage on board. So play prep. Play Buccaneer. Play the other Buccaneer. Play Air Manager. Play down South Sea Deckhand. face. Yeah, so you know, like with this sort of deck here, it's quite easy to get those wins against things that are against decks that are a little bit slower, and once you start getting those giants out, it becomes a bit overwhelming for them, so they need to break the combo by using like Dirty Rat and things like that. Okay, playing against a Paladin, more than likely hand buff Paladin. I've got Nexus in my hand as an opener, which is really good. I think I just full keep this. Obviously, Dig for Treasure would be quite good as well to be able to get an extra card back, but I feel like it's quite possible that I am going to be playing against hand buff Paladin. Okay.
The pleasure is mine.
Just pass here. There's nothing I really want to do. Okay, going for the Forge, so that's definitely hand buff Paladin. Deafen isn't very useful. I'll just establish the weapon and pass over to them. There's no point swinging with the weapon in this situation. Okay, so they're getting the buff onto all their minions. Perhaps fine. I do need to draw into a minion relatively soon, so I'm just going to use my Fan of Knives. I can't use the gear shift right now. Once I draw onto some sort of buff I can, but I can't do it with this hand. Okay, so they're getting a buff onto all their minions like that. Getting the instruments. So they've got the weapon now. Got a Shadow Step. I feel like I might need to actually go for it, because taking 10 damage this turn is not going to be very good for me. They'll get the weapon next turn, so if they have a charge minion, it's going to be too much for me, so I think I've actually just got to go for the risk here. So I'm going to play down the Nexus Prince and then go for the gear shift. I'll more than likely be conceding if I don't draw into a minion.
How entertaining.
I don't hit it, but I've got the Shadow Step. So I'm going to have to just Shadow Step the 3/3 and hope next turn I can, because I'm going to use Dig for Treasure next turn. And just hope that I can survive. So I'm taking 12. Okay, so Dig for Treasure. If it doesn't hit a Buccaneer, I'm in a lot of trouble. South Sea Deckhand. Okay. So I play down the Nexus Prince. I'm going to use Lucky Comet, see what I get into. I have to get the Telgath. I got the buff onto the Telgath, but I don't think that really matters. So I'm going to deafen the... so I can get rid of one of the minions. I'm going to have to use a coin here to be able to break downs. And get this guy back so I can do another trade, so I'm not taking any more damage than what I need to. Unfortunately, I probably don't have this because I still don't have my Buccaneer. And they're posing 6 damage on board. They probably have the buffs in their hand to be able to take me out. so trading face, which means they probably don't have it just yet.
Do you have anything
Okay.
to declare?
Well played.
Yeah, that's game. I can't.
The
Oh,
pleasure
I
is
can't do
mine.
anything about it.
Thank you.
Well played.
Well played.
Those are basically the two cards that just counter this deck, because you like once you get the minion back into your hand, you can't do anything really about it. Making it so my spells cost more also is a bit of a problem too. Okay, playing against Hunter. I'm just gonna ditch the quick pick. I'm gonna keep these other two because raiding party will mean that my dig for treasure is a lot more useful. Lucky Comet's a good draw as well. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to hold the dig for treasure. I don't know if this is the aggro version or the discover version either, so I don't really want to use it. It's just as useful next turn as in a turn before that. I'm just going to establish the weapon.
No one's going to believe this.
Okay, so they're playing quite aggressively. I think I just go for the tar slick into this to make sure that they can't do some sort of strange play onto me. And then I'm just gonna pass one more turn, so raiding party next turn can get me. This can get me the guarantee. So I go raiding party, then dig for treasure. Turn 5, I can get all this activated stuff. Okay, so it's quite possible they may have the big guy in their hand as well, the 5/5. So raiding party gets me my 2, and then I play that. Okay, so I'm still gonna take quite a lot of damage this next turn, so I'll be taking 4 damage. They've only used 1 tracking so far. So they've only used 1 discover, which means they still don't have alien encounters active yet. Oh jeez. Okay, this is a bit of an issue for me. Backstab costs 1. Okay, so it's at a 3/4. They've got a tracking card and they've got something else. So this still deals a lot of damage. This will be dealing 5 and 3, so that's 8. Hero power. I'm probably just gonna have to ditch the South Sea deckhand. I don't think I stand a chance if I don't use it.
Set sail for sails!
Choose soon.
Okay, so take out that.
What a steal!
Yep, I think that's probably the best that I'm going to be able to go. Stealing 9. But watching's fine. Okay, so they're at 10. Just hero power this turn and hero power next turn's the guarantee. I don't.
These could belong to a brand new species.
Yeah, but they probably still have it anyway because that cult is going to be too much for me more than likely. Yeah, it's a game. I wouldn't be able to do anything anyway because I can just hero power. Would I have done anything differently that game? It makes it a bit hard when you have the spells being increased. I could have waited on the task link till I had a bit more board. I could have got rid of the raiding party since I was playing against a hunter anyway. I didn't have to be so greedy. Yeah, that's probably the way that I should have done it. I probably should have just got rid of the raiding party and tried to get more lower cost spells to be able to deal with their board.
I must protect the wild.
What?
Okay, I got the Nexus Prince in hand. I've got Quick Pick as well. Just gonna trade everything besides from the Nexus. Okay, so I'm just gonna get my Quick Pick online. And I'm also gonna trade because I don't have a minion in my hand either.
Here we go.
The raiding party is a decent draw, so I can go coin, Nexus, oh hold on, coin, prep, Nexus, raiding party. Okay, coin, prep, Nexus, raiding party.
I will tend to.
Okay, so the buff went onto the South Sea deckhand. It's fine, I can use Breakdance on a future turn. Just keep the weapon proc. Because I've got an activator here in my hand anyway. So just trading, that's fine. So this turn I just play down my South Sea deckhand, go face with it. Use the O manager to get the the coin and the buff into my hand with the Buccaneer. And then use the Breakdance on the 5/4. It leaves a 5/4 on the board that can be a little bit difficult for them to be able to deal with. I think I just used Dubious Purchase on this. It's a coin. Gets this activated. Lay down the Buccaneer.
Sail for sail.
Right. It gets the buff onto the South Sea Deckcode. And I'm going to go for the Dubious Purchase, it clears that out of the way. And I'm gonna go for the weapon swing here. Just draw me an extra card because I may end up needing it. I've still got a Shadow Step and a Breakdance in my deck. I'll do the Shadow Step here, and then I'm gonna go for the Gear Shift to try and draw into it. I still don't have one, but that's fine. Still leaves me with a 6/5 onto the board, so that will be a little bit challenging for them to deal with, and then I can get my South Sea deckhand back again. They've already used their Rush minion too, so that's quite good for me.
Stay alert, my children. Danger.
Okay, so they got another dragon in their hand as well. Backstab, Band of Knives clears that guy. Got another backstab. I'll activate the quick pick. Just trade into that and then I'll go face and see what I end up drawing into. It's another Buccaneer. Problem is I don't have another way to get. I need to keep this active. And without another Shadow Step or Breakdance, it means that I don't really want to send it. Okay, so they're drawing some cards with Sleep with the Fishes. Just fine, like it's not too much of a concern. I think they'll probably end up using the mana increase as well. They drew some more cards too, so they might have gotten New Heights. Oh, they got the dragon. The New Heights, yeah. Okay, I got a Breakdance, which is good for me now. So, play down the South Sea deckhand. Use the task select to get it back into my hand. Okay, the buff goes onto each of them. So I'll play down this one. Use backstab on the 6/4. Go face with these. And then Breakdance the 8/7. Pass over to them. So next turn I have the guaranteed with this. So it'll be more than likely for Lyra's Gift into the Buccaneer, and then I can have the South Sea deckhand. Or it could be Valera's Gift into Dubious Purchase. They have the Yogg. I don't think that really matters.
Well played.
Well played.
Okay, so play down Valera's Gift. Let's get the backstab. Play down the Buccaneer. Use the backstab. Play down the South Sea deckhand. Go face. Okay, so I'm doing pretty well, so I'm up to Diamond 7, which is fine. Just judging by that, I'm not 100% sure if I'll be able to get to Legend this morning. If I go on a big win streak, I probably will, but I'm not too certain if I can get it to this morning, because this deck is a little bit
What?
involves a little bit of thought. It's gonna full mulligan everything. Got the Nexus Prince, which is really good for me. If I draw a Dig for Treasure or a Raiding Party, I can get them back into my hand, and then I can play this in Gear Shift and guarantee it onto a Buccaneer. I could also go quite aggressive because I do have the Breakdance and the Shadow stat. Comes almost fine. Yeah, the Shafter definitely is a bit inconsistent. Like it's you do have to get a little bit of luck involved with how you draw. So I do the backstab onto the dragon, and then I'm just going to O-Manager. I'll see what my next turn is, but I'm more than likely just going to be sending these two next turn. The problem is, like, I also need to be playing around Dirty Rat, so that's the reason why I'm getting this to be getting set up. So play down the Nexus Prince, use the coin, it gets it onto the South Sea deckhand. Play down the South Sea deckhand. Go face. Shadow step my Nexus so it comes back into my hand. So I can do double spell burst doing it this way. So play the coin, play Nexus, breakdance onto my 5/4, and just hope they don't have a Dirty Rat. Yeah, that is very true. So like if you don't get the buff, you basically just lose, which is obviously a very big problem with the deck. You want to be getting it quite early, which is the reason why I dropped the South Sea deckhand just to 1. Because it's just so frustrating having to draw into it. Okay, so they're trading into that. Means I still have 6 damage on board. I think I'm just going to be dubious purchasing, just straight. I get a Dig for Treasure, which is really good. It means I can get my Activator ready. Go face. Doesn't really matter if I kill that or not, so I'm just going to leave it. It's important to have the weapon proc. So they're going to trade into that, so that means that I think I still do have lethal here though. Okay, play on South Sea deckhand. Use the coin. That's the buff into here. Go face. Play this for 3. Use breakdance. Play the Buccaneer again. Oh, sorry, play the South Sea deckhand and go face. Yeah, so it is, if you don't get the Nexus, it's quite inconsistent, but with Raiding Party, you get some targeted search. I only do run the 4 minions in my deck, so it's a 1 in 4 with Dig for Treasure as well. So what I find to do is if I'm playing against a slow archetype like a warrior, and I have a Raiding Party in my hand, I use the Raiding Party, then I use Dig for Treasure afterwards. I know it's a slower way, but it means that it's pretty much guaranteeing me into what I need to.
Let us celebrate a new beginning.
Okay, always keep Dig for Treasure. South Sea deckhand's hopping out of my hand though. I don't want the buff just yet for it. Okay, so I got Backstab, Valera's Gifts, and Dig for Treasure. Can't win with Elemental Mage or Swarm Shaman in Gold 5. So you're using Elemental Mage and Shaman?
Job's done.
Yeah, I got the same list and it got me quite some ranks, but boy, yeah, it definitely does. But, you know, like, it's just what the metagame is sometimes for it. So John, are you using the Elemental Mage and the Swarm Shaman, or are you playing against those? Okay, so I'm playing against an Elemental Mage right now. Okay, so I'm going to keep my weapon. Next turn is going to be Nexus with Backstab. And clear that. Yeah, I got the same. I'm using them. So Swarm Shaman would probably be the better deck to climb with. Elemental Mage has definitely lost a lot of its stuff since you can't use the Lamplighter. But both of those are decent climbing decks. Gold 5 to Plat 5 Rainbow Control DK did wonders for me. Yeah, the Rainbow Control does well as well because a lot of people are playing aggro on that, and the Rainbow is very strong against it. Okay, so they're gonna get the 5/4 next turn. More than likely. No, they're just freezing. Oh, okay. Alright, so play down the Nexus, use the Backstab on the 3/2,
Personal.
and then next turn I can do some clearing stuff.
How entertaining.
So it's not always the case of, it's not always the case of crafting whatever deck. Like, if you can use lower dust decks to be able to climb as well. It's just finding what you're comfortable with and also what fits in the meta quite well. If you want, we can have a little watch of you playing and I can give you some feedback. Okay, so if I go Prep, Buccaneer, Raiding Party, it guarantees it onto the thing. So Prep, Buccaneer, Raiding Party. That's 4 mana and it will get me that turn. So play down the Prep, go the Buccaneer. Raiding Party will draw me the cards that I need. Then trade into these two. Okay, both hit onto the Buccaneer, which is good. Yeah, hand buff Pally is pretty good in the meta as well. If you're just starting out as well, it's one of the lone decks, which is something that I was considering using for this free-to-play account as well. Okay, so they're freezing, that's fine. Okay. It's probably just play these down. Like, I know that I could lose the buff doing that, but I think it's probably just play it down and then do whatever, because they're not posing any real threat to me, and this is going to become, like, big, giant, sort of statted minions. So, Backstab here. Lay down the Buccaneer. Yeah, I think that's just the play. Like, I don't see it going badly. Use Valera's Gift. Get the Backstab. Use a Backstab on here. I'll keep it so I have the buff just in case, but they've used both of their freeze minions and there's not really anything in Elemental Mage that can clear a board like this.
The day is yours. I'm here.
So, John, do you have a HS replay? So if you send me a link of that, I can have a watch of the VOD and see how it goes, and let you know of different plays that you could do. What rank are you at the moment, Mario? Okay, so playing against Shaman, it's usually going to be Swarm Shaman, so...
Watch your back.
This is a problematic thought, because I could, if it's Swarm Shaman, I could just full keep this hand, so I can guarantee the Nexus on 4. Yeah, I'm Australian. Quick pick. Let's go for the YOLO. I feel like it could backfire on me, but I can use the Buccaneer if I need to take out some of their minions. Yeah, that's fair. It's definitely does feel a lot slower when you're at the beginning ranks, and when you don't have the big star jumps. I can only imagine what I can just remember what it was like in the initial days when you used to have to when it used to be like a lot slower. So I have two options here. I can either just establish the weapon, or I can use the deafen to silence that 3/4. Or I can use Raiding Party to draw the cards. I think it's just daggering up and getting rid of the 1/1. Okay. So, with those secrets, what am I worried about it being? I'm not really worried about it being any of those, so I'm just going to use the coin here. It's counterspell, which is fine. I can use Raiding Party, and Rat Trap won't proc if it is Rat Trap too. So I'll just use the Raiding Party here. Yeah, the rank 25 chicken. That took forever. I'm just going to pass. Okay, so it's bait and switch. I wasn't going to trade into any of those things anyway. Ziliax. So that obviously needs to get cleared. This turn I think I just go Tarslick into that. Yeah, I go Tarslick, and I'm just going to lose a Buccaneer doing it this way, but it means that it's a lot safer for me by not taking a lot of damage. So trade into that. Trade into that. And next turn I get the Nexus online because I didn't really have a way to activate it. It also means that they can't use a backstage bouncer because I don't have a clear for it. I mean a minion for it. Okay, so I'm going to use Dig for Treasure here. So there's no things that really affect this, but if they have a Rat Trap, it means that I'm in a lot of trouble doing it that way. I think I've still got to do it to get my activating ready. Use the Deafen onto here. Okay, so it's not a Rat Trap, but I do need to activate my weapon as well so I can get the South Sea Deckhand ready. Okay, so hidden meaning. And we're explosive trap. Okay, so they're trying to make it so the board's too hard to clear. And they're gonna go face. Okay. So I'm gonna be taking 5 damage this turn. They could have the weaponed as well. I've always got to use Fan of Knives in this turn as well. So if I go Fan of Knives, that clears those two. Breakdance, and then I can get that. So that only clears, it still leaves them with 2 alive, so they can use the Bloodlust on that. If I go Tarslick into Fan of Knives, I can clear that, and then another thing. I think that's probably going to be the play for it, so I'll go lay down my South Sea Deckhand. If I attach the weapon, does that do anything different? No, so Tarslick, Fan of Knives. Get the rush into my hand. Come on. Take out that. Then pass. Oh, it did the same thing. So basically if they have weaponed or the Bloodlust, they just win. Yep.
Thanks from me.
Probably shouldn't have been so greedy. Like that's the sort of idea behind it. Like if you're being a bit greedy, you can obviously lose because of that. So it more than likely is better just going for the high roll. Yeah, handlock was a lot of fun. Just using giant on 3. But I definitely didn't miss the BGHs that you just always got hit by.
Valera versus Valera.
Remember my blades. Watch your back.
Okay, so I've got Quick Pick, Backstab, and Shadow Step. I'm playing against another Rogue. I'm just wondering whether to keep the Quick Pick or not. I think I'll keep it just because it's quite likely that they're not going to be able to apply too much pressure too early. Okay, I got a Buccaneer, that's fine. Next turn's Quick Pick. And I'm just going to cycle with it.
Here we go.
Mixtape. What is this deck? Okay, I think it's just hit with the Quick Pick, see what I end up drawing, and then just establishing the weapon. Oh, definitely. Before they had the thresholds. Because you had the, they didn't do it until, it was 2016, I think, where if you lost, like you didn't have a threshold, so basically if you were in, rank 1, you could drop to rank 7 if you just kept losing a lot more than you were winning. Okay, so I'm gonna play down my Shaffar. What Rogue plays Zephyrus? Okay. So if it is Starship, I think I want to use the tar slick onto it.
How entertaining.
Then just chill. Next turn's probably going to be the Buccaneer, but we'll see.
I ain't talking. Set sail for sails.
It's fine. Where'd they get that Shadow Word Ruin from?
And now we part.
Whack it dog.
Okay, I'll use the gear shift. Okay, I gotta prep. So I could get my little dudes online now. I think that's probably the way to go about it. I feel like I need to get started with something.
As a gracious host, I will tend to thirst. How entertaining.
They just played that normally. That dirty rat. It definitely slowed me down a lot. Starfall. Okay. I'll activate the quick pick. See what I draw into. Use the gear shift. Okay, I gotta dig for treasure, which is good. Okay, play it on you. Dig for treasure. Off the South Sea Deckhand. Probably not what I wanted just yet. Okay, just pass. They might be doing a Reno list, just judging by the fact they have they've just done one of so far. Okay, Shadow Step. So, play down the South Sea Deckhand, go face. Do the coin. See what it lands on. Okay, play down the Spark Bot. Play down the Spark Bot on Dubious Purchase, draw some cards. Okay, it gets on onto that. Play down this Spark Bot. Use Shadow Step. Okay. And I'm just gonna hold the weapon, because I'll probably need it next turn. Overdrawing Tess is a really bad thing for them. Okay. They're getting rid of my weapon. I'm not too worried about that. Okay, I got a breakdance. It's quite good. So... Venom Knives first. South Sea Deckhand first, I think. Go face. Lay down the Buccaneer.
Sail for sails.
Use breakdowns. Yep, the second mixtape means no Reno. I don't have lethal. So, Fan of Knives, just see what I end up drawing. Okay, so I'll just trade this. And just go face with the 4/4. I still have no idea what they're playing.
Time to light a fire under this town.
It's just random jank. Is that what the deck is?
I guess.
Yeah, I got no idea. Maybe it was some sort of thief rogue.
Valera versus Deathwing.
Okay, playing against a warrior. This time I can be quite greedy. So I'm going to keep the raiding party, I'm also going to keep the prep. Yeah, it could be yeah, more than likely a tempo rogue could be possible as well. Okay. So, against warrior, you pretty much have all the time in the world. Against them, you don't really need to worry about too much. They don't usually run anything that makes you worry about what they're doing, so you can be quite slow and you can deal enough damage to take them out, especially since they do run out of clears as well to be able to take out all your dudes. So it's mostly just important that you're just trying to get the most clear Shaffar you can.
Do you have this in a bigger size?
Okay, so they're drawing some cards. Got a Shadow Step. I'm just gonna hold one more turn. Yeah, that's true. I think Starship Rogue also is relatively decent. I just don't know the best way to run it. It's quite tempo based as well. Prep, raiding party. Just gonna establish the quick pick.
Here we go.
And I'm gonna use backstab on this more than likely. I want them to be drawing cards. The 2 damage isn't going to really matter. Famous last words, of course, but I don't think that's very important. It's much more important they're not drawing cards. Okay, so they're running Viper. That's interesting. Dubious Purchase is a decent pickup. So for a coin, I can get the Dubious Purchase straight away, but maybe I kill the 2/2. Let's just use Dubious Purchase. It doesn't really matter too much what it is. I think this just goes face. Don't really want to overdraw, especially with the Nexus still in my hand. It's not so much about the setup for it, it's more so just the you play for tempo. That's how the Starship deck works. But yeah, I honestly don't know how to play it that well. So next turn, if I trade, if I use the Buccaneer, I can just go take out these 2. Which is probably going to end up being my play, so I'm going to go quick pick, see what I draw into first.
Here we go.
And then it's more than likely, yep, it's just going to be playing down a Buccaneer. And then hitting into the 1-3s. It establishes some board because I don't really want to be taking more damage than necessary now. I definitely am a lot slower because of the fact that I still haven't got my Nexus. Okay, they're basically clearing their own board doing that. Dig for treasure guarantees Nexus. Dig for treasure is guaranteed for it, so I don't need to worry too much. Is it prep here? No, I think it's O Manager. Gets me an extra coin. Just see what it gets into. So I think I just hold. I can't play that. Can I? I can play it, but I lose a lot of resources, so I'm just gonna hold it for an extra turn. Okay, so they're getting quite close on the Ziliax turn, which is a bit concerning. Yeah, I'm not running the second deckhand because they just annoy me too much when I draw into those instead of my Nexus. It probably is a better play just keeping it, but yeah, I haven't noticed too much of an issue running just the one. It means that you've got to be a lot more careful though. You do lose a little bit of your charge potential, the fact that you can't just go 5-4 into 5-4 and just keep repeating. But I find that it's usually fine. Okay, so coin first here. Actually, I didn't need to use the coin then, but that's alright. Lay down the South Sea deckhand. Play prep, guarantees it onto here. Send out the Buccaneer. This can go face. Use the breakdance on the 5-4. No, I want to trade. Doesn't matter. Use a breakdance on the 5-4 so I don't stuff this up. Buff goes back onto here. Lay down the South Sea deckhand. Take out that. Shadow start. Buff goes onto this. This goes face. Breakdowns. And trade you. Okay. Yeah, that's what I found. Like, it means that you can. It means that if you do use the raiding party, you're a lot more likely to get the Nexus through the dig for treasure. I think I'm safe this turn, but the problem is I've used a lot of my jumping spells. I missed a little, like I probably could have got an extra bit of damage off by having this out. But I don't know if they have an easy way to clear this.
Haste.
How much are they about to take? 14. Yeah, the animations are crazy. Okay, gear shift. See what I end up drawing into. Shadow Step's great. So I can play this.
Set sail for sail.
Go for dig for treasure. Buffs him up. How much does it get to? It's not gonna get big enough just yet. So I don't want to risk it just in case. Because if they have Ziliax, it's a bit of a problem for me. I don't want to lose it. But I think they may have just left because of the fact that they're just not doing anything.
What a steal. What a steal.
Yeah, they just left. It's not a very good matchup for the warrior, but they definitely were in a possible winning situation with that. Like I feel like they possibly could have won if they did have a Ziliax in their hand.
Valera versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer.
Watch your back.
Oh, got the card. Now let's hope Dig for Treasure gets me the good pirate. Okay, good pirate? Damn. Oh well, it doesn't matter too much. It might even be better that way because it means that you can just use some charging into their face. But it definitely does hurt a little bit not getting it. Okay, attach the weapon, pass. Okay, so they're playing the Cutlass. Still could be either of the Shaman decks.
As a gracious host, I will tend to you.
Play down the Shaffar, use backstab.
How entertaining.
Just pass. So they still have the coin, but if I keep their board clear of the backs of their they're playing a big shaman list. Okay, Buccaneer's a good pickup. So play down the South Sea deckhand, use coin. Gets the buff onto that. Play down the Buccaneer.
Sail for sail.
Shadow step after hitting face.
And now we part.
They don't usually run Dirty Rat, so I think this board should win me possibly next turn. So I'm just gonna use my weapon swing. Okay, so at the moment I'm sitting with 15 damage on board and 8 in hand, so unless they can clear something, which I don't think they're going to be able to do, because they're probably just going to play down their dude that gets the spells, I should just win. They could go for the, if they go for the coin, it does mean that they survive an extra turn. The coin into the 5 mana frost spell. The thing I hate with this is the breakdance is so awkward. Like the way it is, the animation for it, it just doesn't feel like it works properly. Okay, so they're going for a hex. Yeah, it definitely is nasty if it happens this way. Okay, so I've got 9. So I got... I think I just send it like it's... It is a lose condition if I do send it like that.
I wonder.
But they did nothing that turn. Play down the South Sea, use raiding party.
What a steal!
And now we part.
Go face. It's just got 3 health, so like... I don't think there's any lose condition doing it that way. Because they always will assume that I run 2 South Sea deckhands anyway. Yeah, turn 4. it's kind of ridiculous. Because they could bob, I guess. That means that that'd save them a turn, but they're still on 3 health. There's not really anything they can do that gets them the health back that they'd need, because I can just keep using the weapon swing into them. Don't particularly know what they were looking for from that hero power.
You win this one.
Do I still keep getting win streak bonuses at rank 5 if I'm winning 2 in a row? Because I know with my account it was giving 2. My normal account.
Valyra versus Arana.
Just have to wait and see, I guess.
Leave me alone.
Demon Hunter.
Watch
Is that going to be quite aggressive?
back.
I think I'd just get rid of everything though. Still want to just go for the usual strategy. Okay, just passing. There's nothing I can do with this hand, obviously this turn. Next turn's going to be quick pick.
My wool itches for more.
Here
Go
we
face with quick pick. I'm probably just going to have to send a Buccaneer just straight into that. Oh, maybe not. It's not worth it doing that.
Here we go.
Job's done.
It's fine. If it's a bait and switch, it's very bad for me. So I just did that just because I didn't know for sure what it was. Freezing trap obviously wouldn't have been great either.
Is this really better than nothing?
Okay. So I don't have the Nexus at the moment. I have a gear shift. Is that very good for me? Silence isn't very good.
I wonder.
Charge can get rid of these 2. So I think I go South Sea Deckhand, play down the Buccaneer,
Sail for sail!
hit into these.
What a steal! What a steal!
Now do I bring the South Sea Deckhand back? Or is it better just to bring the Buccaneer back? It might be better just to get the Buccaneer back, because... Or I can let them decide.
Choose soon.
Yeah, let's let them decide. They're keeping my whole board by the looks of it. Okay. Alright, so that needs to go. This always goes face. This always goes face. The problem is if they have 2 acupunctures, they basically just win with that anyway. I'm gonna get the Shadow Step onto the 3-1. And then I'm gonna use a Gear Shift, because if I end up getting the Nexus in my hand, I should be able to do something. Okay, so play down this one. Use Quick Pick. Go face, see what I end up getting. I'm gonna have to use the Deafen onto that. There's not really anything they are gonna play that will be any different. Yeah, just pass. So they're clearing my board. They only need 1 extra damage to be able to take this out. So let's draw a card first, see what I end up getting. Use the scrap heap, see if I get anything decent with that. I got a life steal. I think I just put them all down and hope that it lasts, because if it lasts I can do something. I'm just gonna Gear Shift. Like, I know it gets rid of 2 relatively important cards, but I don't have anything in this hand at the moment. And it's more than likely gonna be a lose anyway.
Well played.
Unlucky.
That was sick.
I won't know for a little while because I just lost a game. With Demon Hunter, I think I went on like a 8 or 9 game winning streak from rank 10 to Legend. It was like, I think I was 10-1 or 10-2 or something.
Valera versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
Watch.
Okay, so Dubious Purchase, Deafen, Quick Pick, playing against a Paladin, more than likely a hand buff Paladin. I think I just get rid of everything. Okay, I got a Dig for Treasure, and a Lucky Comet. It might be turn 2 play the Scrap Heap, we'll just wait and see what I end up drawing into. Okay, so the Dig for Treasure didn't get anything that I wanted, but that's alright, I've still got a coin through it.
But we fight.
I'm gonna establish the weapon. Yeah, just establish the weapon. I'll get rid of the Divine Shield just in case.
Feel that healing beam.
Okay. So they've got 2 minions out on the board, so this is obviously hand buff Paladin just because of that play. I can use this and this gets out all my pirates, that means Dig for Treasure is guaranteed. I just need to decide if I want to use the coin. If I use the coin, it means that I won't have access to it for next, when I get my Nexus. I think I just do this. And just pass over to them. So they could coin into the weapon here. That would be probably the worst situation for me.
You're gonna love
They don't have
this
it.
look.
Okay, so if I go, I can clear the board this turn if I want to. So if I go coin, I can use the deafen, that gets rid of that. I'm not really establishing anything doing it that way though. I don't want to take any more damage than necessary, so I'll just do it this way still. I use the breakdance just to make sure I'm keeping the 2 copies in my hand, so it's more likely that my Nexus hits into what I want it to. They obviously don't have the weapon because they have a coin in their hand.
Accidents. They happen, you know.
They haven't used. Okay. Did they just draw into that? Right, so they're going for a relatively wide board. They've got the weapon in their hand now, but they've only got 3 cards. I'm gonna go prep, and then Lucky Comet, see what I end up getting. It's probably gonna be Elven Minstrel to be able to get myself started. Or the Buccaneer ends up... The Buccaneer's decent as well. Elven Minstrel gets me the guaranteed of the Nexus.
I wonder.
Actually, it's probably Buccaneer. Like, I feel like it's just always that. Play down this one because this is the one they already knew that was in my hand. And I'm going to play down this from the scrap heap just to see what I end up getting with it. They've got the weapon ready for next turn, and they can also play down one of their mini bots. Why aren't they playing down their weapon? Okay. It's always gear shift here. Dig for treasures are 50-50. I still like those odds. Got it. Now I need to get these things out of my hand. So I'll just play all of them down to get them out of the way. And it means that he can't trade very efficiently into that. Next turn I can do the Prince, and I've got a bunch of activators for it. Okay, so Shifter.
I will tend to personally.
Backstab goes into the 3-3.
How entertaining.
Play down here. Use Valera's gift. Get another backstab. I'm gonna have to Shadow Step one of these 6/5s, so I'll trade into here first, and then I'm gonna Shadow Step it. This trades into here. I trade into the 3-1, and then I've oh. Oops. I was just meaning to just click on that, but it ended up using it. Doesn't really matter too much, like it just means they'll be able to use the weapon swing now.
I smell golden in their waters.
Why would they play that first? Okay, gotcha. Okay, so they got a 9-10. I need some sort of spell.
Keep on panning.
Banner Knives is good. Banner Knives. Dubious Purchase is decent. I need to use it though. Just gonna establish the weapon for next turn. They don't have too many buffs in their hand, so next turn I should be able to get what I need to. Just pass, because I might need to use some sort of thing onto that. It's fine. They're going very greedy, like what? I don't know what they're doing. Okay. So I'm hoping that a lot of it lands onto here. I go South Sea Deckhand, I can get this out then, and it's guaranteed to land on there, then I can breakdance it. Do I have enough mana for that? I think I do. Okay, so play down South Sea Deckhand, play down the Buccaneer. Use the Shadow Step on the 2-1. Play down this Buccaneer. A lot of the boss went onto there though. Play down the South Sea. Use the breakdance.
Too soon.
On this. Buffs go onto these two. I'm gonna have to play
Whack it, dog.
What a steal! Set sail
it on
for
here.
sail. What a steal!
Come on, actions. Missed 11 damage. Oops. They obviously don't have a charge in their hand. Not really. I'd much rather use the that second lucky comet, but if you don't have enough for it, the scrap heap's okay.
What a steal!
Okay, so trade into that. Touch the quick pick. Lay that down. If I gear shift, I don't have anything in my deck to be able to gear shift into. So I think I just play it down anyway, there's nothing I can change with that. Gear shift? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so if I
Here
hit
we
that,
go.
I can Task Slick. There's not anything I want in my deck. Task Slick's better just to keep, so I'll take out that, then Dubious Purchase. Then just go face with the 11. I would have had lethal this turn if I didn't miss that 11 damage. But I don't think it really matters, they've only got 2 cards. They need to just draw a Leroy. Which I'm assuming they've got, or something like that.
I smell golden in their waters.
It was relatively close. Stuck him flat. What deck are you using, James? Oh. You've got to, I think with this deck, you've really got to make sure that you've got your turns planned out before you go into things. Like, missing 11 damage is a lot, but it started like glitching when I was trying to get the trade. Okay, Shaman. I can't go for the raiding party thing that I've been trying each time against them, it's too silly.
Watch your back.
Just full mulligan this. Okay, gotcha. The best way to go about it is probably just making sure that you just mulligan for the Nexus and the Shafar. I'm only using one South Sea deckhand. I know that's quite different compared to other decks. Yeah. It's probably all I can think of majorly.
Here we go.
In this one I always take out this 1/1 because if they have the coin into the Turbolus, that means it could buff it into a 2/2. Coins are very valuable in this deck. Coin is more valuable than prep. Okay, so trade here, coin and then Dubious Purchase into the 3/3. Got my Nexus, that's good. I can use, so next turn I can use the Nexus into Gear Shift, it guarantees it landing onto here more than likely. Yeah, definitely. That's what I found as well. Because if your game plan is to get the Nexus and then get the buffs onto things, this is just one of your win conditions. Overwhelming the opponent's board's just as good. Because like next turn I'm gonna have a very big Buccaneer. And it's going to be too much for them. Like, so next turn I can go backstab, and then I'll be able to get the Buccaneer activated. I can use a Shadow Step if I want to onto it as well. There's all sorts of stuff.
My hand is too full.
But this actually changes my mind for that play. Because I don't want them to be able to get my buff. I'm just going to take a turn to chill, I think. Go face with this. Okay, so they're playing down Ziliax. Do I really care very much? Not really. I don't have a Tarslick though, which makes things a little bit more difficult. I have 2 backstabs. So if I go backstab here, backstab there. Fan of Knives. Tarslick, Fan of Knives clears, but they still have the 3/3 doing that. If I play this down Tarslick into that, I think, and then trade. That's probably the way to go about it. And then next turn I have the Buccaneer finally. That's completely fine. Keeping with 3 health, that's interesting. Okay, so this turn is always going to be prep, ban. I can do dig for treasure actually, so I'll go dig for treasure. That's the South Sea, that's fine. Play down the Buccaneer. Fan of Knives or prep Fan of Knives? I think it's prep Fan of Knives here. So it gets it onto the South Sea deckhand. Play the South Sea deckhand down. Deal the 8 damage to face. Shadow Step my 6/5 once I've done the rush charge into them. Play back down the Buccaneer. Break down C8 Sar. Do I just have lethal? I don't think so. I'll just quickly check once it loads up. Plus 12. No, I don't have lethal yet. It's fine.
What is your wisdom?
Okay.
I must make peace.
So I think they were probably hoping to get my buff using those audio dudes. Because if they had gotten the buff, it would have been a very big problem, which is the reason why I just held it on the Buccaneer. I didn't want it to go onto one of those in case they just used, traded and then used a, pop-up book or something onto it. I was playing Weapon Rogue, but can't beat Secret Hunter and decks with a lot of taunts. Yeah, Weapon Rogue's a lot weaker for that. You just want to just basically go face and hope for the best. What some people use for their Weapon Rogue is the Silence minion. I think it's the library one. It's a 4/4 with Silence and tradable. That's one way people use it.
Watch your back.
In general, like your idea with Weapon Rogue is you want to just win more games than you lose, since you're more consistent than the other decks. And also, obviously, a benefit from Weapon Rogue is that you can, it doesn't cost much dust. So prep raiding party, probably just the play here. Gets me 3 cards, gets me both of my minions, and it cycles the deck a little bit.
Understand the code.
Okay, so they're playing Frost. Dig for Treasure doesn't do anything now. Play Quick Pick, go face.
Here we go.
Excuse me, over here.
Okay, what's this? Discover a legendary minion. I don't think I've ever seen this being played. Okay, I got a Tarslick. It means I can clear this 3/2. So if I go Nexus, Prince, Shaffar, Coin,
I will tend to.
see what it lands on.
How entertaining.
Here
Just
we
go face with this and see what I end up drawing into. Got a backstab. I need to cycle things, so I can't really go for this just yet. It feels too risky. But then again, like, if I do use this, it means that my Buccaneer ends up getting played. Like, and Death Knight can't usually deal with a wide board, but they may be running Threads of Despair, so it's probably just, I'd possibly just lose doing it that way. So I think I just go for the Tarslick here and just pass. I'm keeping the backstab just in case I need a cheaper activator. It's fine. Okay, so I think I've probably just got to go for it. So go for the quick pick here. Let on you. Go face, see what I draw. Tarslick face, backstab onto the 3/4. And then just go face. This deck's a Frost deck, so it's not too much of an issue if they... Like, I'm not too worried about what they do with it. And with the 5/4 now, they don't have a board, so they have to either use one of their spells to go onto this or just leave it. Got a breakdance, which is really good for me. So I'm going to go dig for treasure this turn, play down the rush minion.
Sail for sails.
Go face, obviously. Is it always breakdance? Yep, always breakdance here. Trade into this.
What a steam.
Okay, just pass. This should be a big enough board for them not to be able to deal with it, because I don't think they run Threads of Despair. They don't have enough damage on me either. So this trades into my 6/1. They can only get rid of 2 minions doing it that way. So I still should have enough damage being able to take this out. I got 11 and then 5, that takes lethal.
Break it, dog.
What
3 wins in a row, so no, I do not get the buff anymore. The bonus. Okay. So, I'm playing against another Shaman. Obviously it's quite important that I control the board so they're not getting too wide on me.
Watch your back.
I'm just gonna full mulligan this though. I don't think I need any of these. Like, Fan of Knives Tasklick is more of a reactive play. Two quick picks. So if this was a, if I was playing Cycle Rogue, I'd always just coin into the quick pick here. I think I probably still do, because there's not really any. I've got this would be turn 1, and then use it swing twice, and then this would be turn 2. I've still got backstab in case I need a cheap activator for the Nexus. Okay, party animal. Thank you. Have a good rest. Okay, so I think I always backstab this 2-3. Just, they don't have coin because I was the one that started with coin though. Yeah, I think it's still always backstab here and then just hit into it. See what I draw into. Got a Fan of Knives, so I've got Tasklick Fan of Knives so I can deal a 2 damage AoE.
Mysterious orb, what is your wisdom?
Just dig for treasure. It's counter. Oh no, it's not counter spell. Okay, Buccaneer. Gets me a new coin. So there was no ice trap from that.
Here we
Just go face and see what if it's anything I don't need to worry about for that. Use a second dig for treasure. It's fine. Okay, so I think I'm just going to leave it because it could be anything like a rat trap or a hidden meaning. I don't want to lose because of that. Maiden switch also. Okay, they're using the dig for treasure. I got them. Organ's almost fine. Okay, so they got a bunch of 2-2s. Now, what do I want to do here? I could use Dubious Purchase. I think it's probably a Fan of Knives play here because it clears the board quite easily. So if I go Tasklick into the 3, backstab into the 3-3, and then Fan of Knives, it clears the board. Oops. What? I didn't play that. Whatever.
Here we go.
Just BM, I guess. You saw that just then, how it clipped there. That should have been the Fan of Knives. Okay, so they're establishing a minion. They've got another one of those Winfrey into their hand as well. It's always just prep Dubious Purchase here. This legitimately does nothing now. I'll just get it so I get the Rush Poisonous in case I need it. Coin and then get the weapon activated. It is a little bit tricky because I still don't have the Nexus. I'm not using my weapon swing now because it's not really any point using it. And the problem is Raiding Party doesn't do anything now, because I've got all my pirates in my hand. A gear shift, I guess, could make it have some sort of value. Tarslick. Okay, so this is always gets poisonous, so if I go... I've got to use the coin here. Lay down the Buccaneer so I get a board of 3/3s. Lay down the Rush so I get a so I can just trade easily into one of these. Oh. I think I just get a Deafen onto it and then just keep the 3/2s onto the board. It obviously does make it a little bit difficult not having the Shaffar. Got a bunch of cards that allow me to draw in the deck, so I've got 2 gear shifts, I've got Fan of Knives, I've got Dubious Purchase, and I've also got the Nexus, so it's a 1 in 2 chance of drawing a card that helps me draw into it. So I think they're just going to do a trade. I think I've always got a gear shift this turn. But I also need to keep the Buccaneer active, so I'm going to play down the Buccaneer here. I'm going to use the gear shift. They more than likely have the Bloodlust in their hand, which makes this a bit tricky.
As a gracious host, I will tend to you.
Turn into the 1/1 to at least get rid of something. Use a Shadow Step.
How entertaining.
I can't afford to lose the buff. They have lethal though if they have the card. Yeah.
I give up.
That game I probably should have just tried to get the clear that turn and then do the Nexus play the following turn. But it was always going to be a tricky game. It was always going to be tough. Just full mulligan this. Do I want to keep the raiding party? Not really. Playing Whizbang. Okay. I don't even know what is in these experimental decks, to be honest. Is this person a streamer? Like, I've just wondered just based on the fact that they're doing it like that. Okay. I can either set up the weapon or I can use gear shift. I don't know what is in this deck, so I think I'm just going to establish the weapon. dubious purchase is always good. They got a wild growth, so they may have something quite big. Dig for treasures are 50-50. Dang it. That's alright, so next time I can use, if I want to, I can use the gear shift. Next dig for treasure would be guaranteed. If I draw into a raiding party, I use gear shift raiding party. Okay, so they're gonna... It's fine, I don't really care. Do I just use the gear shift this turn? I think I do, just to try and see if I can draw into the Nexus. I got the raiding party. So, if I go prep, raiding party, it draws me into what I need to. I can then get the quick pick online. I'll just trade with this, play down the quick pick, because I'm going to overdraw otherwise. Hallucination. This is almost like a rogue deck. A Death Knight that's running rogue. Always Huffer. Okay, so Tasklick backstab clears. Use my weapon swing to see what I draw into. Fan of Knives. I think I just use it. Probably just use the other one as well. Nexus is on the bottom cards again. So, dig for treasures a guarantee, and so is obviously the Nexus. So if I go Tasklick into this, backstab into that, and then hit, or I could go Tasklick into one of them, then Fan of Knives and hit. I think that's probably the better play. So Tasklick, use this, Fan of Knives, draw a Fan of Knives, hit with that. Okay, there's the dude. Do I care about overdrawing here? I don't think I do. I think I just hold this. I just attach the weapon and hold it. Because I've got all my Shadow Steps and Breakdances in my hand. There's nothing in my deck that I really care about very much. So next turn's going to be Nexus Coin. Hope it lands into one of my Buccaneers. Okay, Nexus Coin. If it lands on one of my Buccaneers, I use the Lucky Comet. It's fine, so I can go the South Sea Deckhand. I can hit into the 3-2. I don't want that 4-2 to last this turn though. So I go Lucky... Oh, I can't do Lucky Comet very easily. I just go for it. Get the Buccaneer. Lands onto this one. Use the Breakdance onto the 5-1 and then trade into the 4-4. Then just pass. Next turn I have everything I need basically. Because I can play this with the extra combo. So it might end up being the South Sea Deckhand into Buccaneer and then Shadow Step back up the South Sea Deckhand. Just need to see what I end up drawing into. If it's Dubious Purchase, it's probably the worst draw for me in the deck. Quick Pick's a close one behind and so is the Scrap Heap. I've got 4 good draws and I've got 1 bad, 3 not so good draws. fine. Backstab is probably the best of them. So it's always backstab into a 4-5. Play down the Buccaneer. So I can always trade effectively here. So trade here, trade here, trade here, trade into the 4-5 that's here. Use the Shadow Step on one of these guys. Okay, so it lands on 2 like that. So I go this one. Reduces down, like it's reduced cost anyway. Then I use the breakdance on the 6-1. Just trade that. And then I'm just gonna get even more buffs into my hand just in case. So I'm gonna play this one down, then I'm gonna Shadow Step the 6-1. And there's not, doesn't really matter using the weapon swing or not. Just pass. Because I got 30 damage on board at the moment. I don't think they have a real way of dealing with this. Okay, so that draws them 5 extra cards, but I don't think that really matters. Because they'd need to freeze 2 minions, basically, to be able to survive. Don't really know what they're trying to get from that. That was a pretty good draw for them. Hit both of my 9/8s. Okay, play this. Play this. Play this. Hit that. Death them. Go face. Yeah, so there wasn't really too much they could do about that. Like, I feel like the experimental decks are a little bit too gimmicky to really do well with.
Valera versus Adonis!
Time to steal some hearts.
Watch your back.
Okay, so playing against a priest, more than likely they're an aggressive priest. I will just get rid of everything. They could be playing Zarimi priest. Don't think that really matters to me though. They are playing Zarimi priest. It's always dig for treasure here. I got the card.
I smell
Okay, so this turn I think it's pass lick into that. Alright. I think I just leave it. I'll just draw a card. Backstab's really good, so I can save the coin for an extra turn. I probably should have used the backstab actually into the 3-2 to not take the extra damage.
Keep on fanning.
Okay, play down the dude. Use backstab onto the 3-2.
Personal.
I think I just chill.
Feigning.
Here we go.
I'll use the weapon swing and then chill. Prep's actually very important, so maybe I can go Prepo Magic, make sure they don't draw any more cards. It's probably the best play to go for it. Gets me an extra coin as well, which is really useful. The problem is I need to draw into another minion, otherwise I'm not able to get the activator off very easily for this. They got another buff in their hand, so they've got another dragon that's there. They also lose their Love Everlasting they just played. So I think it's always Task Slick and then just play this down, then coin. Or I could go Fan of Knife. If I go Fan of Knives, coin, it gets that. So I go coin, gets this activated. Fan of Knives, or I could just gear shift. Just gear shift, because I then get to keep the coin in my hand. Gets this buffed as well. I got a backstab and a shadow step. So I can shadow step up one of the 6-5, so I'll just trade with the 6-5, shadow step it up. And I'll just chill for the next turn. So next turn I can play down this, so I can go coin, this. Or backstab, this. And it should be too big for them. Like they could run the Shadow Word Ruin with the ETC, but I don't think they usually run it otherwise. I'm not going to play it down unless I obviously have a safe way to do it. But this is a decently scary board for them. So it might actually just be backstab onto my 3-3 and then use Dubious Purchase, see what I draw into. Actually no, it's just Dubious Purchase, just play it and draw cards. It helps set me up for next turn. And I'll just deal the 9 damage because I'm now looking for my South Sea Deckhand to guarantee me the lethal. So I'll be probably going next turn getting this out. Because they're not really doing anything right now. I can silence that. So if I go backstab, then play this down, and then I can use the deafen onto it. It silences it. Buff goes onto here. Just gonna trade into there and then just go face. I don't need to go too aggressively here, so I'm just re-establishing my weapon because I still got this in my hand, and this deck doesn't run dirty, right? Because they don't have the board, there's not really any way they can deal with this as well. So they'll be able to use the AoE, but it's not gonna, even with the AoE, I don't think they'll be able to kill the 9-8. Okay, so they're taking 3 damage to the face doing that, and then they're buffing up their 4-4. Okay, so I've got a Shadow Step, so I can reactivate that if I need to. So I'm going to go play this down. I'll get the Fan of Knives. I'm going to use the Fan of Knives and see if I draw into the South Sea Deckhand. I didn't, that's fine. So I go play down the Buccaneer. Trade into the 6-5 with one side, and then I'm going to Shadow Step it back up. And then I'm just going to use the Gear Shift. Because basically if I draw into the South Sea Deckhand, it's just a win already. got a dig for treasure. Does that win me the game? Play this down, dig for treasure, gets the buff onto it. So it gets the South Sea Deckhand buff, and then I can just go face with the coin. This game. Okay, so rank 4 now. Still a little while to go for legend. What's that? 10 more positive wins? 12. 12 more positive wins.
Valera versus
ETC! Badlands, let me hear you scream! Wow, 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 wow!
Watch your back.
Okay, so against Warrior, you can be quite greedy with your choices. I'm just gonna full mulligan everything though. None of these is very important for me. The raiding party can be quite useful. So I'm gonna wait until hopefully I draw a pirate before I do this, because if I draw a pirate I can guarantee the dig for treasure, and since they're gonna be quite slow because it's a warrior, I don't really need to worry too much about having any pressure.
Always love to meet my
The pleasure
fans.
is mine.
Okay, so they're playing down their totem, which is fine. I got a Buccaneer, so I can guarantee next turn if I want to, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go Raiding Party. And this then guarantees the Nexus next turn, and I can get a quick pick established too. It's fine. So dig for treasure, gets me the Nexus. Establish the quick pick. Hit into the 0-2. Okay, so next turn, it's probably Shaffar into Tarslick or Shaffar into Vila's Gift. Chemical Spill. It's a Ziliax. Okay.
You only see that in the Badlands.
Okay, so I need to play the Nexus down.
As a gracious host, I will tend to
Then gear shift.
personally. How entertaining.
Okay, and just pass. It is a little bit unfortunate landing on that instead of that, but it is what it is. So they're at 4-3 now. Oh, jeez. That 4-6 needs to go. So play down the South Sea Deckhand. Use 2 Tarslicks and a Backstab. Tarslick, Tarslick, Backstab.
You only see that in the Badlands.
Here
Draw a
we
card.
go. Choose soon.
Breakdowns. Just trade into that. Okay.
Stop and smell the flowers.
Okay, so our manager. So if I silence that, it doesn't really do too much for me. I don't want him to get one of the mechs out, because if he does, he'll be able to deal too much damage to me to be able to deal with it. If I play down the Buccaneer, I can't just play it flat, I need to get a buff onto it, so I go O Manager here. I go for the Buccaneer.
Set sail for sails.
And then I use the Deafen. Gets the buff onto the minions. It's the worst landing for it that I could have.
Choose soon.
What a
Just tried to get rid of the one of the Zilliax copies.
Perfection.
Safety is our #3 concern.
Yeah. Okay. Don't really do too much against a perfect curve like that. But yeah, I don't think there was any play that I could do differently. Turn 4 Zilliax. Is there anything? I could have used the Fan of Knives from the Valera's gift. Don't know if that really would have mattered though. No, I don't think there's anything I could have done, because I don't think I could have cleared it while he had the cubicle out.
I will fight with honor.
Watch your
Okay, playing against a paladin. So just full mulligan. Okay, this is quite a weekend. Lucky Comet's okay, I guess. Just attach the weapon and chill. So they don't have a turn 1 drop. It's more than likely going to be hand buff paladin. Could still be Lanessa, but I don't know if I haven't played against any Lanessa recently.
Accidents, they happen, you know?
So they've got a board now. They've used their coins, so they can't get their weapon out this next turn. I think I've just got to go for the Lucky Comet. Elven Minstrel's the best one here, because I can guarantee it next turn to get out my other cards in my deck. I'll just hold the backstab this turn, because I don't really want to waste the prep unless I need to. Fun. Okay, so they don't have another magnetic in their hand. It's always backstab here. And then Elven Minstrel. Gets me my other 3 dudes in my deck. Next turn I can go prep O Manager. So I'm hoping they don't have a weapon swing. If they do, it's a little bit, changes the way a little bit. They got the plushie, so they're just going to trade the plushie like that. A gear shift would be decent here because I can then get rid of the South Sea Deckhand hand out of my hand. It's always prep here.
I will tend to. How entertaining.
Fan of Knives reduces this down. I think that's what I go for. It gets me an extra card as well. Pass Slick, does that do anything?
Much more fun to bring.
Not really. So, hit into the 1-1.
Go.
And then I think I just take out the 2-2. Because then they have to trade into that if they're going to try and do it. They obviously don't have the weapon either. And then next turn I'm probably just going to have to play the South Sea Deckhand no matter what. So I'll have to go South Sea Deckhand, Dubious Purchase, and then see what happens after that. Okay. So they're drawing a bunch of cards. They don't have any spells in their deck, so they're going to overdraw whatever the next card is. But the problem is doing it like that. Gonna trade. They're not going to trade here because that's going to happen pretty much guaranteed anyway. So play down the South Sea Deckhand. Go face. Hit with this. Oops, that should have been the other way around. They healed 3. They healed extra doing that. Dubious Purchase. I get a Breakdance, which is good. So it's always Breakdance onto the 5-4 here. Leaves me with a board to be able to at least somewhat deal with things. That's a decent overdraw for me. They probably have the weapon now though. Outfitter. Moshi, so they're going to trade. I can trade into both of these quite easily with the Buccaneer. So it's always prep here. Always Buccaneer. If I trade here, I can then use the Dubious Purchase. Okay, so it's buffing up my South Sea Deckhand. 1 Buccaneer buff. I think it might be better just to establish a wider board. So if I go coin... So if I go South Sea Deckhand, I can get that out and then just do stuff. But I wouldn't be able to get the South Sea Deckhand back into my hand. So I think it's coin, Buccaneer. Shadow Step this one. It gives me some more buffs into my hands.
Choose soon.
Okay, and then just chill. So they have 2 of the Rush plushies. At the moment, they're both 2/2s. I've got 18 damage on board, so I should have lethal next turn, unless they're able to full clear this. But I don't think there's too much that they'd be able to do. Like they could use the Titan, which makes them a lot weaker, but I don't think that really matters too much. It's fine.
Cease your quarrel at once.
Okay, so always backstab into this. Let out my rush dudes. Establish the quick pick. Fan of Knives only deals 1 at the moment. Let's use Valera's Gift. Just grab another fan, I guess. Use the fan. See what I draw into. Toss like. So trade 2 of these. I think it's just use the second fan. So let's draw cards first and see what ends up happening with it. Use the second fan. Let's go face with the 6 damage. They didn't do anything that turn, they just defended themselves, so I'm still positive in that trade. And they don't run dirty, right? So I don't need to worry about them taking my 17 damage minion out of my hand. Next turn's going to be gear shift more than likely. I still have a lot of damage on board, so they might not even be able to deal with it. So at the moment I'm posing 25 damage on board. Fine. So they're going to use the... Oh, they didn't use the taunt. That doesn't seem like a great idea. Why wouldn't they have made this smaller? Okay. Right, so I've got a deafen so I can silence. That's guaranteed, isn't it? So 18, yeah. See, I don't know why it's doing that action, because I obviously don't have anything in my hand. I know it's for the opponent as well, but it's just a waste of time. It wastes my time and it wastes the opponent's time. Okay, playing against a rogue. I don't know if this is going to be Cycle Rogue or Shafar Rogue. It might be better just keeping these two, because it almost guarantees me the Nexus. Second dig for treasure does guarantee me. So this turn it's always dig for treasure. Next turn is more than likely going to be raiding party. So they don't have a weapon in their deck as well. How close to 500 wins for Rogue? A lot. I think I'm 460. This is a second account. I have on my main account I have over 1,000. So I can use dig for treasure here. I can establish the quick pick. I think it's just played quick pick.
Here we go.
Yeah, so I'm only use Rogue on this account to climb this time around. Lyra's Gift, so they are probably playing my deck. Isn't this one the one from this current set? Dig for treasure. Okay, so I don't know if I have a breakdance in my hand, so I could go. I don't have a way to get it active again though, so I might just use the quick pick.
Here we go.
Right. So coin, prep, Nexus,
As a gracious
raiding
host,
party,
I will tend to. How entertaining.
and it gives me 2 backstabs in my hand as well, so I should be relatively safe in this situation. Next turn is probably going to be a backstab onto whatever minion they have. They got a coin with that, so it's either they're playing Weapon Rogue or they're playing Shafar Rogue. still doesn't tell me what they're playing. So this turn is backstab, Buccaneer,
Sail for sail.
backstab,
And now we part.
shadow step. And chill, I think. Probably was better to use the breakdance on that, but since I'd already used the backstab to get the buffs, I think it's probably better that way. Okay, they're playing Weapon Rogue. They're really far behind. Okay, so it's always... I need to get this back out active, so it's always deafen here. Play this. And then breakdance. So I'm gonna go face first. Breakdance this one. Trade and face. They shouldn't have a way to kill this. And with only 5 damage on their weapon, they're not in a very good situation. So I'm still got 15. Still got 9 damage on board, so it's lethal with South Sea Deckhand. Yeah, on this account, this one I played, it was probably 2018, 2019. I was using it just to have a free-to-play account, but I just stopped using it. So this is on the EU server. It's using my main account, but on the EU server. So I don't have very much stuff on this account.
Valera versus Morgul.
Watch your back.
I still am not sold on the scrap heap, so once again, if you were playing this deck and you had access to it, I'd definitely play the second Lucky Comet. I'm not sure about running the 2 South Sea deckhands. I've really enjoyed just having the one, just because, like, as you saw last game, I was able to guarantee the Nexus. Although I didn't need to use it, because I ended up drawing it straight away with the Dig for Treasure, I could just then use the Dig for Treasure just because I had it available. I'm just going to use the scrap heap here, just to get some tempo. 2 rushes and a lifesteal's fine. Gold Patches, oh... Patches was such a cool card, but it was definitely busted. There was no 2 ways around it. I think it's just establish the quick pick and get a charge here, because they're probably going to play the bouncer next turn, but I do need to get some stuff drawn because I don't have anything in my hand. They're probably going to go coin attack coin bouncer. Okay, they're using asteroids, so that's a lot better for me. So I have 2 different ways that I could go about this. I can either just trade, or I can... Actually, Tarslick means that I can just trade into everything. I think that's the play, so I'll go Tarslick here. Lay down a rush. I'll get a lifesteal as well, so it means that I'll get a little bit of health back also. I'll trade into here, and I'm going to take the extra damage, but then I can put the extra rush onto this one, so I can buff it up even more and then get the extra health because I use the Tarslick. I know it doesn't trade as well, but I'm not really worried about trading well in this situation. I just want to get extra health. Because all their asteroids basically are going to go face until I get out my minions. Okay, so they're trading their snake oils, which is fine. So it means they're not really doing anything, I've just got the 2-2 on the board. I think it's still always dubious purchase here because I still want to try and get the Nexus. I'm gonna play the quick pick because once again it reduces down my likelihood. Like this is always a targeted draw. And I'm going to use the gear shift, so I'm just keeping the dig for treasure just this turn. Next turn I'll be using it no matter what. And since I've got the second Buccaneer, I did it this way just because they're not posing any damage on board. And the dig for treasure, I'm trying to pretty much guarantee my Nexus, make it a lot more likely. So right now I've got a 1 in 2 chance of it being the Nexus with the South Sea Deckhand and the Nexus in my hand. I drew through more cards because I wanted to make it so I could increase the likelihood of this being a minion that I wanted, which was the Nexus. So this turn it's always play dig for treasure first, see what I end up getting. They're using the triangulate to get the asteroid, but I don't think that really matters too much. Okay, I got a second Shadow Step, so it's always this turn playing the dig for treasure. I didn't get what I wanted, unfortunately. I can either use... I think it's still play the coin, draw a card, see if I get it now. Got a Valera's Gift, so Band of Knives here. Still don't have it. Gear Shift. So Gear Shift's useful even though I'm getting rid of one of my 3/3s just because I can use Raiding Party if I need to. Use Prep. Dig for treasure. I got the Nexus now, so do you want to activate it this turn? I don't think so. I think I want to do it next turn so I can play down the Nexus and I can use other stuff. Just establishing the weapon's probably more important. Okay, so they're getting bigger asteroids, so it's going to be dealing 3 now. They're shuffling some more into their deck. Okay, so luckily for me, I will have a board next turn, so I won't need to worry as much about this. So I can play down my Nexus Prince, and then I can do a backstab onto the 3/6, see what ends up happening. Hits onto the South Sea Deckhand, so that's a little bit annoying. Lay down the South Sea Deckhand, use the backstab on my 3/3, guarantees it onto here. Lay down this one.
What a steal!
Okay, so this always goes face. Play here. Shadow Step my 5/4. Gets the buff back onto the 5/4. And then next turn's pretty much going to be South Sea Deckhand, Lucky Comet, and hope that it's one of my things, otherwise I still should be fine anyway. I could Shadow Step this 6/2 if I want to as well, but I think it's probably more important just keeping the minion on the board. So they're probably going to have Oracle this turn, they still haven't played one yet. They've got 12 asteroids in their deck. Meteor Storm's fine. It clears this board, but I still have stuff that I can do. Buccaneer's a really good draw, so's Raiding Party. It's fine. It's always South Sea Deckhand here, and always Lucky Comet. Get the Buccaneer. It buffs up the Buccaneer. I can trade with this. Play down my Buccaneer. It gets 3, so I can Shadow Step this back up, and I'm pretty sure that's legal. I'll just check once it comes into my hand. So 6, yeah, that's so 6, 6, 6, 18, so it should be 20 on this. So even if it wasn't Buccaneer on that, I still was in a pretty decent situation, because I'd be able to deal quite a lot of damage just through those base bits.
Valera versus the Lich King.
Will serve
Okay, I've got the Nexus in my hand. I would keep the Lucky Comet if I had a Buccaneer, but I'm not going to since I don't. Did I play against this person before? Yeah, this is the deck that just has random stuff. Okay, I've got a Buccaneer in my hand now. Just gonna chill for a turn. So this deck was using like Wild Growth and things like that, wasn't it? Just attach the weapon and chill. Okay, so they've got a pretty decent hand. So it's always Nexus here. Let's use the coin. Hopefully it lands on the Buccaneer. Doesn't, but that's fine. No, it's not. Not great for me. I can't use that this turn anyway. Because they'll be able to just charge into it. Okay, so I'll just leave my 3-3 here. I can use this. Getting the whole gang out. I can use this next turn, so I can go this. No, that's too much mana. Just trading. It's fine. So it's always South Sea deckhand here. If I go Tarslick, I take an extra 5 damage, but then I can deal the 5 damage to his face too. Then I can breakdance. Yep, so it's always Tarslick here. I could do another Tarslick if I wanted to, and then I could just trade into this as a 1-1. That's probably actually a decent play.
Here we go.
This deals 4. Go face. Breakdance is better on this turn. And just chill. So I've got an extra 5 damage onto the board and I only took 2. So at the moment, their spell thing that they could do isn't doing too much to me. I do need to get a few more cards into my hand though, because it's not sitting that well. Okay, so they're just trading into my 5-2, that's not very good for them. Extra Buccaneer is quite strong, so I could go... I go South Sea deckhand. It establishes my rush minion. Throw the rush minion down and then shadow step the 2-1. Gets the buffs into my hand too. It's fine. Okay, so they got the Vortex, so it's only two of these. This is a rush minion, but they're not using it. Okay, so it's always Valera's gift here. Just grab the backstab. I think I have lethal. Slow this down. This gets 12. Yeah, it's lethal. I'll just double check before I do it since I've got some time. Yep, that's guaranteed lethal. So I'm sitting on a relatively decent win rate with this deck. I'm currently 46 and 23. That's alright. 67% win rate. Okay, playing against Death Knight.
The Lich King.
It's just the usual mulligan strategy for this. You just go for Nexus and you make sure you do dig for treasure as well. You can't go too greedy into Death Knight because they can deal quite a lot of damage quite easily as well. Got the Nexus, which is good. I just need to get a minion. One problem that can come up against Death Knight is they can be using Dirty Rat. Just establish the weapon and pass. I'm not using the weapon swing just because it's quite likely it doesn't do anything for me. Okay, so they're playing down Rainbow Seamstress, so I think I just go for the backstab. And I'm going to use the quick pick in this matchup just because it's probably better for me. I need Deckcode. Just a second.
Could use a trim.
Yeah, because I didn't swing the weapon and it did get punished a little bit because I had a ended up drawing into a quick pick, but it's not the end of the world for that situation.
My blood.
The change that I'd make to it if Suksun is that I'd change the I probably wouldn't have the this from the scrap heap and have a second lucky comet if you are using it the way that I like, the way I prefer for it. Okay, play down the Shafter, and then I'll deafen the 3-1. Gives me the buff onto the 6-5, and I think I just chill. Codes in the chart. Okay, so they're doing a 3-2 into my 3-3, which is fine. There's not really anything that they're doing. I'm just hoping now for another minion. I'm gonna go for a prep. And then I'll Fan of Knives, just see what I end up getting. Gear Shift's fine. I'll use the Gish. Actually, I'll use this swing first, just to see what I end up getting, because it may be a minion. It's not, so I'm going to use Gear Shift, because I don't want to get rid of this, obviously. Still waiting for a minion. Backstab is fine. I'm just going to re-establish the weapon, then next turn I'm just going to have to go for it. I could have, in that turn, just played it down and then used the Shadow Step on and just get a smaller one, but it still only just gets one minion on the board, and Death Knight, it does have the ability to clear just one.
You could use a trim.
Okay, I got the South Sea Deckhand, which is good for me. I can use Backstab now. Prep's probably better though. I could just play down the South Sea Deckhand and then get this onto the board, and then I could Breakdance it. Slow. Yeah, it's probably just play down the South Sea Deckhand, play down the Buccaneer, go face. Use the breakdance on the 2-1. Okay, so it goes up to an 8-7 now. I don't know if I've got enough on board to be able to deal with it, so I don't want to have the possibility of losing it.
What a steal! Could use a trim.
Yeah, I think I just chill for a turn. If they have a dirty rat, I don't think they still have a way to clear it unless they have the fistful of corpses.
Unholy, symbol of death.
I think I've just got to chill again. I don't particularly have anything that I want to do here. I could mostly clear. I think that's probably the play, just to set up for what I need to, but then again I lose all my cheap spells. Tasklet goes here, Backstab goes here, our manager goes here. Get into this. Requit weaponed. I really need a dubious purchase, that's probably the card that I'm looking for most here. Raiding Party would be okay, Dig for Treasure would be okay. There's a few different cards that would be okay, like even the Scrap Heap would be okay because I'd be able to get the buff off this. So at the moment they're dealing... I'm surprised they haven't used the Runes of Frost yet. Oh, there it is.
Frost, mark of the bitter.
Valera's Gift. So I need to use Valera's Gift for Fan of Knives. I hope to draw into something. Shadow Stab. That doesn't do anything. This is unfortunately what can happen sometimes, like you just don't draw into what you need to. Like usually it's okay and you can work around it, but I don't think that I'm going to have a chance of winning this now. Horizon's Edge. Is that lethal? Yep. Like I did get a decent start, but I did run out of gas. Is there anything I could have done differently though? Oh. I'm not really sure, like I could have kept the Buccaneer. Maybe? But then I still needed the South Sea Deckhand, so maybe it was getting the Buccaneer back with the Shadow Stab and just playing it down for tempo.
Will serve me in death.
Watch your...
Just full mulligan everything. Okay, so I've got Raiding Party, I've got two Dig for Treasure, so this is guaranteed Nexus, so I can play the Dig for Treasure just freely. So do use the Dig for Treasure, it might get me one with the coin. Just pass. Fine. So now I can go prep Raiding Party. It gets me the 3 cards, and then my Dig for Treasure is guaranteed Nexus. And just pass. Next turn, Shafar Backstab. So if they have a Dirty Rat, I've got a lot of minions in my hand, they wouldn't that wouldn't be ideal for them, so I'm kind of fine like that. I've got a Shadow Step, which is quite good, so I'm just going to play down the Nexus and then backstab their 2-2. See what it ends up hitting. It's my Buccaneer, which is good. Just going to chill another turn. More impulse are okay for them, like it doesn't really mean too much for me. Go Valera's Gift. Backstab. Lay down my Buccaneer. Use the backstab on the 2-8. If it lands on this, I'm going to go for another one. Land it on there. Land it on there. So that's 8 if I wanted it, but I don't really. I could still get it out of... I could go coin. That's probably too aggressive. I don't really need to go that aggressive, I don't think. I don't have a weapon established anyway.
What a steal!
So just go fade. Next turn I establish the weapon.
Any problem?
I go South Sea. I can go South Sea deckhand. Use the charge, going face. I can then go coin to get it back onto here. So it gets 2 buffs. I have lethal. So play this down. Use Shadow Step. And just hit face. Turn 5, hey? They had no chance. Like that hand was ridiculous. And that obviously was the sort of combo that you can get with this deck that's just insane. And you know, there wouldn't have really been any deck that would be able to deal with that sort of draw. But you don't always get that sort of draw. Like that was you know, unusual sort of one to go for it, because like, but that also is the benefit of only running the one South Sea deckhand, because the South Sea deckhand, like, you want to use it as a finisher, but using it aggressively, you can use it aggressively if you do have the second one. But if you, I feel like the one has been enough for me. Because quite often I'm just wanting to get the Buccaneer anyway. Whenever I get South Sea deckhand, it just feels bad. Dig for treasure turn 1. That's a Buccaneer, that's fine. Next turn's probably Lucky Comet. Playing it Starship, so it's a little bit of a slower deck. Maybe it's not Lucky Comet. I think it's just established the weapon. Just see what I end up drawing into next turn, and then it's probably going to be Prep Lucky Comet, see what it is. If it's Elven Minstrel, I can just draw through the rest of the cards that I need. Quick pick. So I'm just going to go Prep and Lucky Comet. It might be something that I can get. Elven Minstrel guarantees me the So I'm going to go coin, and then I'll get all the cards out of my deck. All the minions. And I'm just going to use the weapon swing just because I don't really need to. I'm probably going to be playing the quick pick down next turn anyway. Okay, so using Dubious Purchase, they're going to be able to deal 4 damage like that. I drew a Shadow Step, which is good. I think it's always just play the Nexus and use the Prep and see what ends up coming from it. It's onto there. I can just play down the South Sea deckhand just for the sake of it and then hit into it, and then I can use the Breakdance onto it. So it's not wasting any mana. Gives me a little bit of a board to deal with whatever they're doing as well, because they're going to be using tempo for the next sort of plays. Kind of nice. It's fine. So they might end up trading like that, and then going face for the other bit. It's fine. I got backstab. That's Less than ideal though because of the way that it ended up playing for me. So I established the quick pick, hit into the 2-1, see what I draw into. I'm just going to play the rush minion down, and then I might backstab then shadow step it so I can get the buffs into all my minions. Shadow step and then backstab the shadow step minion. Shadow step the minion that I backstabbed. The reason why I did that was because it gains an extra buff by doing that, and I'm not too concerned about the fact that they'd still have a 6-5. I don't really need the backstab that much for this matchup. Because quite often it's just about establishing a board to be able to deal with them. Okay, so they're playing down the defense crystal. I've got a deafen so I can just clear that. I don't have a way to get this back in my hand though, so it's always deafen here. Play down the Buccaneer. Use my dig for treasure, see what it lands on. 2 onto there, so just trade into that. This doesn't then apply to that, and I'll just hit with my weapon swing. I get a fan of knives, which is good. And I'll just pass over to them. Like I am floating a mana by doing this, but I don't really have any sort of play that I want to do with this because I could lose the match if they end up having a way to deal with both of these, or this one. And since this deck runs Dubious Purchase, it's definitely not something that you want to be dealing with. And that obviously the rehydrate plus the Tasklick would have been able to clear it. Okay, so I've got from the scrap heap, so maybe I just go for it now. So play the weapon, play the South Sea deckhand, use Fan of Knives. That goes onto my Buccaneer. I'm not using the buff yet because I've still got this in my hand, so I'm going to go for the scrap heap now. Then I'm just going to go face with the 11 damage. If they've got Dubious Purchase, they're able to clear it, but there's still 15 cards left in their deck, so they'd need the second Dubious Purchase to really worry me. Okay, so they're grabbing a copy of one of my cards. That clears. I think it's going to be play down the Divine Shield minion, get the rush onto the board. Use the O Manager to get it onto like one of these other guys. Okay, so play down the Divine Shield. Use the Buccaneer. Use the O Manager to buff these. Or I could use Gear Shift and then it gets me these two. It gets me guaranteed onto that. No, it's O Manager here. Go face with O Manager. Gets the 2 buffs coming out into these. They still don't have Ceaseless Expanse very close either, which is a reason why that I'm doing this. And I'm just going to play the 7/7 down on this side. Hit with face. And just play it down, because this magnetic, they need to clear both of these, and they also need to clear this. I am just so they basically need to clear the whole board to be able to beat me here. I don't think they'd have a chance to, because their starship really isn't big enough yet, and I've got the win for it here. Because they're not close enough to Ceaseless Expanse as well, which is the reason why I did it in this particular way. Okay, so I think they're using the second Shadow Oh, they're using a breakdown, so they might trade like that. Quick pick trades into there.
Frozen in fear.
Okay, so they're freezing all my minions. Oh, that doesn't freeze because I've still got this.
This ship will fall apart without me.
Okay. So they were hoping to freeze all my minions with that spell, but obviously it didn't end up paying off for them. Okay, playing against a mage, it's probably the
You asked for it. Watch.
probably the minion mage that they've had going around. It could be elemental mage as well. Don't really mind either way, to be honest. Elemental mage is probably the easier one to deal with. Okay, so it's the Supernova Mage. Like quick pick. I don't really want to take extra damage than what I need to still. Got a gear shift, which is good. I can cycle through some cards next turn. Okay, so they got another greedy partner. It's interesting, so they got 2 coins in their hand now. I'm just gonna go face with the weapon, see what I draw into. Dubious Patches is decent. I think I still want to just use the gear shift here and re-establish my weapon. Yeah, just re-establish my weapon just in case. Next turn's probably going to be coin Dubious Purchase.
Witness true art.
I got the Oracle. They're using coin. Is that a Frostbolt or Manager? Okay, so they got another coin in their hand. So if they have the this the Skylar, they can deal a decent chunk to me. Just gonna go coin. I feel like Dubious Purchase is just the correct play here. See what I draw into. Okay, so they've still got the Oracle, so that obviously needs to go. I think I need to keep the Tarslicks just in case for the Tsunami turn. Unfortunately, I don't have anything that's really doing too much at the moment. Man of Knives is decent. I'll just use it. Got a raiding party, so that what does that get? That gets all my cards that I need to. It gets the rest of the minions. So I think I'll just play from the scrap heap. It just gets me 1, I'll just play it down. Just gets me a card out of my hand. Dig for Treasure's a guarantee now. Double coin Tsunami, so Tarslick. Man of Knives only deals 4. And Tarslick. Wait, Wait, does it deal 4? Yeah, it deals 4. So Tarslick. Fan of Knives. Click this those two, and then I'm gonna have to manager this one. Then prep. Oops, I don't have the raiding party. I didn't realize the amount of mana that I had. I'm gonna just grab the SI agent. Doesn't look likely the win for me here. I did make a little bit of a misplay, like I should have used the coin prep to get the raiding party out. They're sitting pretty fine, to be honest. They're probably gonna win. Another tsunami. I won't be able to clear that. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes you don't draw the card, which means that you lose, but it is what it is. You've got a lot of tutoring cards, so you just sometimes don't get it. It is a very high rolly deck. Okay, playing against a Druid. So they'll more than likely either be playing Dungar Druid or the Taunt Druid. Do I want to keep the quick pick? Probably not. Just try and get the Nexus out as fast as possible. Cactus Construct, so it's more than likely Hydration Station Druid. Dirty Rat.
My greetings.
Just gonna chill with this because they're probably gonna use that Dirty Rat onto me to get rid of the 3-2. Okay, so I can trade into that. I can use the breakdance to get it back into my hand. I think that's probably going to be the play. Use the breakdance, get it back into my hand. Don't really want to waste the coins, but it going to my deck doesn't really matter either. So I'll just use the coin and then use that. Okay, I've got the card. So I think I just chill this turn. Next turn I have to play down the quick pick. Okay, so they're just trading to there, so they keep the 2-6 alive. Doesn't really matter too much for me because ultimately I'm just trying to, once I get the guy out, it means that it just will clear it anyway. So I'll hit with the quick pick into the 2-6 and draw a card. Backstab's okay, I guess. Since I've already hit into that, it's not as useful. But if they play down another minion, I can use the backstab. Okay, so they're going for a wild growth here. Prep's really good. So play this down. Use prep. Gets me the buff into the hand. I go Tarslick, Fan of Knives. I think that might be the play, so... But then again, I lose a lot of cards doing that, so I might just go the Fan of Knives here and it just goes to 4. And then I'm just going to trade into it with my face. The Gear Shift isn't useful right now, so I'll just pass. I still don't have any other minion in my hand to be able to push it onto, unfortunately. Token Summons gets Defense Crystal. So they could get this. They don't have the way to get Ziliax just yet. They're gonna trade like that. Dig for Treasure gets me a minion, so I'm going for Dig for Treasure. Gets me the other Buccaneer, which is really good, so I play the Buccaneer. I could clear it just by using Backstab, but Tarslick might be important. So I might go for the Gear Shift here. see what I end up drawing into. I got a breakdance as well, which is good, so I'm just going to trade into the 3-4. And then just pass. So they don't have access to Ziliax this turn, which is good for me. I should be relatively safe because I have the Buccaneer in my hand. And they obviously just got the Dirty Rat using the Cactus Construct. So it's not likely they're running another Dirty Rat to deal with it. I just need to make sure that I don't make my board more than 4 minions too often, because otherwise I'll be able to mind control tech it. Okay, so they're getting one of my 6/5s and they're just going to trade into it. Does that get an exact copy? I don't think so. I think it just gets the 3/2. Raiding Party gets me my South Sea deckhand. So I think I always do that, so I go coin. Play down the Buccaneer. Use the Raiding Party. Or I can breakdance first to get out the 6/2. I think that's probably better. I'll get the 6/2 back into my hand so it buffs the 6/2 and then I can use the Raiding Party afterwards. So this buff goes onto here. I'll then use the Raiding Party afterwards to get the cards into my hand. And then just pass, so they can't do a mind control attack on my board, which means that they aren't sitting too well. Like, they'll be able to use Ziliax next turn, but I should have enough to be able to just take them out. Okay, so they're drawing 2 cards. They will have access to the Ziliax next turn. More than likely, I just need to assume they are going to be playing the Ziliax. Okay, so right now I'm dealing 24 damage. Do I have lethal? I think so. So I'm just going to backstab my 9/8. Lay down my rush dude. Use Tarslick. Quick pick. Yeah, that should be it. Just hit with that first. I'm just going to keep it in my hand just to double check that I do have enough, but I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, that's enough. So, like, with that turn they had the Dirty Rat, I don't think they should have played it down straight away because they didn't have a way to clear that minion. So, like, although it got it out into the field, it's not the best way to do it because, especially since this deck runs so many bounce effects, you'd probably want to just hold it until a later turn when you can actually deal with the minion, or it can benefit you in some way using, like, mind control tech or something. Okay, so I've got the Nexus in my hand by the looks of it, based on the deck tracker. I'm gonna get rid of the Raiding Party, I think. This is a tough choice. Like, this is guaranteed to get out my Buccaneers. So I will just keep it just in case. Because if my Dig for Treasure doesn't hit the card that I want, it will become more important. Okay, so they're playing Plague Death Knight. It's always Dig for Treasure this turn. Yep. Next turn's always Weapon. Or I could go coin raiding party and it gets the other dudes back into my hand. I want the ships, that's fine. Yeah, I think it's definitely raiding party this turn. Like, it's not setting me up for anything, but I can use the Nexus next turn to get more than likely a buff onto one of these dudes. If I don't, it's not the end of the world. Got quite a few plagues in my deck, so I don't really want to be using the quick pick this game either. Okay. So play down the Nexus, use the coin, see what it lands on.
I will tend to personal. How entertaining.
I'm just gonna hold the Valera's Gift. I do take, am gonna take more than likely an extra 2 damage, or it's just gonna trade into me. I feel like they just need to go face if they're gonna try and deal with this.
Doesn't compare to your blade.
Surely they go face, they're not gonna trade. Yeah, it's a much better idea. Okay, so it's always get this out. So Valera's Gift. Always backstab for the situation. Play down my Buccaneer. Backstab into the 3-2. What's it gonna land on? On into the South Sea. On into the Buccaneer. So trade into that. There's no point shadow stepping here because I need to make sure that I have the minions on the board. This is showing 15 damage. Okay, so they've got a treasure. They're going to rush into my 6-5. So it means I more than likely won't be able to get lethal next turn. So I think it's just establish the weapon. Play down the South Sea deckhand. Use the manager to get the buff onto this Buccaneer and then use Shadow Step onto the 5-4. Means next turn I'm guaranteed. I don't think the Plague Dex has a way to deal the 16 damage that's in my hand to burst me down. I don't think the treasures really matter either. Okay, so they'd need me to get 5 plagues in a row.
That feels good.
Okay, so it's always coin here. Play on the Buccaneer. Play prep. Play the South Sea deckhand and just go face. Okay. Seven more positive wins and then it's legend. Okay, playing against a mage. I've got the Nexus in my hand, so that's really good. I mulligan the other 2 cards. I don't really want Lucky Comet just in case it's not a minion that I want. I want to try and get a dig for treasure or something along those lines. just pass. It's not really anything I want to do right now. Next turn's playing quick pick more than likely. Dubious Purchase would probably be a better draw if I do draw into that, but that's about it. Got another prep, so I'm just going to play the quick pick here. I don't really care if they gain armor. Lucky Comet. I'd probably rather just waiting till it has an activator before using it. Because it is likely still to get the bargain bin, like it's decent odds, but I don't really want to risk it because they're not really going to do too much. I don't think. Artificer. I think this is the orb one that's really slow. Just go face and draw a card. I got the raiding party, which is really good, so next turn I can go pop off. So to make sure I do the order properly, it's going to be prep, then Nexus, then raiding party. I got the Buccaneer, so it's actually not that, so now it's just Nexus, prep, Lucky Comet. Or it still could be the raiding party. Yeah, I think it still is the raiding party. It draws me through more cards, and it means that I've got the cards that are here that I need. And I'm going to get rid of this, the Divine Shield of the 1/3. So the 6/5's active now, so I can go prep, Lucky Comet, and then Buccaneer. It gets me 3 copies out, which is a lot stronger than 2, obviously. Okay, so they're playing the Divine Brew down, that's fine. I'm not really too worried about them doing that. Yeah, judging by that hand, this is going to be an orb one. They're trying to go for the infinite combo, but it's just useless against this deck. Okay, so it's prep, prep, Lucky Comet, then Buccaneer. This is probably the best one of them because it's the lowest statted. Lay down the Buccaneer, and then use the O Manager. I'm going to use it on the 2/2. I'm going to keep my weapon alive. So it's 1 drop onto each of them. Got 18 damage on board. They might have a freeze, but I'm not too worried about that. So I've got a Poisonous, which is this thing's just because it's the... When you're using Lucky Comet, it's either grab the Buccaneer more than likely, grab the Elven Minstrel if you're absolutely desperate, but usually don't do that. Because you can use that maybe turn 6 or turn 7 if you don't have the Nexus, but don't choose it otherwise. Or the get the lowest costed one, because then it's, if you do get a buff onto it, you're able to actually use it possibly. Okay. So this is 36. Do I have a way to deal lethal? 36? I need 18 to go onto this. I don't have any shadow steps in my hand, so it's probably not likely. So this would go 1. I don't think it's likely, so I will just have a look to see if it happens, but I don't think it's happening. I don't even have enough mana for it. Okay, hit that. So this is still active. Dubious Purchase. Fine. Got a Shadow Step now. And I've got a breakdance.
Choose soon.
Okay, so this goes face. I can do some trading if I want to.
What a steal!
I will just trade into that. And then I should be able to get it next turn with the cards in my hand. I hit into this one because it gives a buff to those two. I don't really want to give it a buff. I think they've used all their chalice, their Seabreeze chalice. They won't be able to clear this board very easily. Still gonna deal 30 damage. So Buccaneer deals 8. The buff then goes into this.
I have the essence of magic.
So 2 goes into that, so that becomes a 3 buff into this. So, sorry, a 6 buff into this, so that becomes... Yeah, that'll be lethal next turn. As long as I have enough mana, do I? So South Sea Deckhand, Dig for Treasures 2, Buccaneer, Shadow Step. 1, 2, 5. Yeah, got it. 1, 2, 5. Shadow Step, lethal, yeah. Okay, so play down this one. Go face. Use Parslick. It deals a tiny bit of extra damage. Play this guy down. Shadow Step. Is that lethal? Hold on, 18, 20. I think that is. I'll just double check. I've got a little bit of time. Yeah. 20, and then face. So what I'm doing most of the time here is I'm making sure that I have enough mana as well. Because when I was playing initially, or even it still does happen too, is I run out of mana. Like I know I've got enough damage, but I run out of mana, so I don't actually end up having enough damage. And then it just ends up being a lose condition.
Valera versus Mael.
None can escape my fury. Watch your...
Okay, so I'm just going to full mulligan this hand. Don't really need any of this stuff. Two quick picks. Ugh. It's fine. Just pass. What could they be playing? Usually you can tell in the first few turns what they're playing. Dig for treasure. It didn't get anything, so it's either a Cycle Rogue or the Nexus Rogue, SHAFFAR Rogue. Okay, so they're playing a quick pick. That still doesn't tell me what it is. Right here. Lay down the quick pick, use the gear shift, see what I draw into. So they still don't know what I'm playing either, which is a good thing for me. I've got a dubious purchase in my hand, so it'll allow me to draw more cards. So if this is Nexus, they'll more than likely be playing that card down this turn that they just drew. Unless they don't have any minions in their hand, which is also possible.
Muzzle their magic.
Okay, so this is Cycle Rogue for sure. Okay, so I won't be able to play Dubious Purchase this turn, unless I get a prep. Dig for Treasure is good. I'm gonna draw a card first before I use the dig for treasure, just to see if I can get it. Get another minion out of my deck. I'll use the dig for treasure now. Got a Buccaneer. I'm just going to use the Deafen on this because there's not really anything else that I'd be like that I'm worrying about against this rogue, this cycle rogue that would be able to. I just need to try and get my hand emptied and be able to draw more cards. They still don't have the giant. I don't think it happens this turn. Would it happen next turn?
Muzzle their magic.
Maybe. Coin. Previous purchase, see what I got. I still don't have the Nexus, which is a problem. I'm gonna be overdrawing a card too. Next turn's probably gonna be Lucky Comet. Pretty much certain. Incendious. Fine. Raiding party loss is okay. They now do know what I'm playing though. Actually, was it obvious what I was playing already? No, I just had a Deafen. Lucky Comet. Elven Minstrel always. But the problem is right now I can't use it because I could possibly I'm gonna overdraw something if I did it. So if I go Tarslick, I can trade into that. Tarslick, draw a card, see what it is. So manager. Just play down my Buccaneer and then hit into it. I will do a Shadow Step on it too. Okay, so it leaves me with a 3-2. Now it doesn't leave me with anything, obviously, because they just got an Eruption. They still have Oracle in their deck, so it's quite likely they will have the Giant's turn this turn. They haven't used an Oracle yet. Prep Dubious Purchase. So up to 16. Maybe they won't have the Giant this turn. 19. No, they'll have it, because they've also got the quick pick.
Witness true arcane magic. How enigmatic.
So, with that, they draw enough cards. The Giant's coming out. One Giant breakdowns onto one. So they're gonna get 2 Giants onto the board. Man of Knives. Overplan will be okay, but it does reduce down your dig for treasure pool, so like, yeah, it's okay, but I feel like it's probably better just not reducing down the dig for treasure, because the more you high roll, the better it is. I don't think that I have a way of dealing with this. So if I go for Fan of Knives, got a prep, does that help? Don't think that does too much, but I'll just play the prep down, use another Fan of Knives. It means I can at least clear these. Or at least clear one. I'm not going to clear both because I do need to make sure that I have this. Trade into this. Trade into this. I need to get it active this turn, so I'm just going to grab the Nexus, and then just hope for it. You're welcome. So they more than likely will have it, like I don't think that I can heal too much here. They just need, what, an Eruption, some Asteroids. They've got a lot of cycle left to go, so yeah, I think they probably will have it, but we'll just wait and see. They're using a Breakdance. So that means they've got to play down the Oracle again.
Witness true
They've got 2 Eruptions left in their deck. still haven't played any asteroids into their deck though, so it might be okay. And knives. Still no eruption. They've used their breakdances as well. Okay, play down the Nexus.
I will tend to personally.
Use Valera. Grab the backstab.
How entertaining.
Play down you. I still don't have a weapon, which is a problem for this. So backstab that. Gets me my charge minion. They've gotten rid of both of their oracles too, which is a bit of a thing for them. Hits with that. Breakdance. Then hit with that. Oh, oops, I should have done this one. That's alright. I don't think it really matters. Like, I feel like they probably will have it. Surely. So they just need the asteroids. They don't have an oracle. They've used both gear shifts. They've got a dubious purchase though. So they could go here. Shadow stab. They're gonna play the Mauler down again. They more than likely will have the dubious purchase in their hand. But dubious purchase could, the asteroids could hit the 3-1 and the 6-1.
Witness true arcane magic.
Yeah, that's more than likely lethal. I don't see that. I don't see myself surviving. Okay. That's interesting. Still alive. Always play this. Prep? Or is it I manage it for... No, it's always prep here. Play down this. Use the break dance on the 8-1. Play down this. Charge goes face. This goes here. Shadow step goes on here. This goes here. Lay this down. I may end up losing because of this not being down on the board yet. Come on. It's just doing its random stuff. They got very unlucky. They should have won that game. But that's the reason why you don't concede. Like, you know, it was pretty much obvious they were going to get that. Like, they had 5 cards that could have won that game. But you don't concede even if it's quite likely. You just wait until it's guaranteed that it's on the board. Okay, playing against a priest.
Give me strength. Watch your back.
Okay, I've got 1 dig for treasure. Don't really want any of these other cards. Okay, so that's not great, but it can be useful against if they're playing all the dragons and things like that.
Relax.
They're playing Pain Priest. It's fine. I'll use this. I've got 2 coins. I can use Lucky Comet next turn, because it's the win condition for this game is more than likely just getting a board. I actually want them to play this other one down, so I think I'm just going to wait an extra turn. So I'll use the Lucky Comet. Grab the Tolgarth. I'm just gonna chill for a turn, because they'll, like, I can deal quite a lot of damage to these, so I'm probably gonna go... If they play the other one down, I'm probably just gonna go coin, use the Tarslick, backstab and things like that. Or I can just use this to go into a bunch of these. I still have a lot that I can do to them. I have a Deafen, which is obviously not ideal for this. So I think I go coin this turn, play down the Buccaneer, it gets 3 out onto the board. If I Tarslick, I can take out the face, but it means that they're getting extra health by not doing that.
Steal.
I think I just keep that. So it's just, I think it's just a full trade here. Okay, so they're getting the Oracle out.
Arcane magic.
They're getting a draw card with an Oracle, so they're probably like going to use Acupuncture or something like that. So I'm going to play down my quick pick. I'm going to draw a card.
Here we go.
Gear Shift's fine. I think I'll use it. Just going to use the Deafen on this just in case, because I don't really want to be able to use the Hot Coals plus damage them self-turn. I'm going to use the Prep and Fan of Knives as well to clear it. I'm keeping the Tarslicks in my hand, the Tarslick in my hand, just because I can use it against that Brain Masseuse.
I have healing.
I smell golden in their waters.
Okay, so they're giving a buff to their Gold Pounder, so it's going to become a 2/4 now. This also doesn't heal now as well.
Wait, I'm rich.
I need to draw cards.
Here we go.
So I go coin here, play down the Telgar. I can use the backstab to clear. And then I'm going to re-establish the weapon. So I'm still just chilling here waiting for my Nexus, because once I get the Nexus I pretty much should be able to win from that with this hand. Okay. They're burning their... They burn some lifesteal doing that. I think it's just gonna have to be a Tarslick turn soon. So if I go Tarslick face, or I can just backstab. But I don't want them to be drawing more cards than what's necessary. So it's gonna be Tarslick. The 2/4. I don't want to waste all my spells, I need to keep some.
Here we go.
Re-establish the weapon. Still just waiting to draw into my Nexus. Dig for treasure also guarantees me too.
Relax your mind.
Salesman.
Solves any problem.
That's a bit scary. Okay, so dig for treasure. Gets me the Nexus. Play the Nexus down. Use the coin. Land on the Buccaneer, please. Great. Lay down the 6/5. Backstab. Okay, so double buff goes onto here. I need to kill the Ziliax. It's just deciding how I'm going to do it, because if I get rid of these 6/5s, I don't have a way to use them again.
Choose soon.
Gonna be the 6/5 here. Trade both of you. Just pass. So I need to have some sort of either rebound or another spell.
You are the shadow.
Fine.
Perfect.
It's fine. This will probably be hot coals. Okay, shadow step. Play this. Play this.
Set sail for sails.
I can't trade at the moment, so shadow step a 3/2. Play this.
Set sail for sails.
Okay, this can go into here.
What a steed.
This can go onto there. This can go onto here. Go face. Should be enough doing that. What do they need to be able to take me out? They need an Oracle plus Acupuncture plus Hot Coals. But Acupuncture just kills them anyway.
Well played.
Very close game.
Valera versus Valera.
Watch your back. I always do.
Okay, just full trade this. Don't need any of it. Okay, Rogue doesn't really pressure too early. I'm just wondering whether to use this straight away or not. Because you have more likelihood of drawing a minion if you don't take a minion out of your deck. I will just use it. I got the best card anyway, so easy. So next turn's probably just establishing the weapon. Yep, just establish the weapon. And I'll just use it because there's nothing, I don't think there's going to be any play next turn either. It's probably just going to be a Fan of Knives turn. So they've used a gear shift, they've got a quick pick, so they could be weapon rogue, they could be any of the rogues still, I don't know, based on that. Shadow Step. So I'll use Fan of Knives, see what I draw into. Just see Deckhand. Yeah. Just pass. So playing Cycle Rogue. There's that 2 shadow steps or is that a breakdance? That's another shadow step. Okay, so they're gonna go quite aggressive on the asteroid play. Okay, played on the shafter, use dig for treasure.
I will tend to personally.
Up one onto my South Sea. Can't do anything with this turn. Next turn I will be able to though, so I'll be able to play it down, use coin and then play this down.
Witness true arcane magic. How enigmatic.
Okay, so they got 1 asteroid. Using a gear shift as well, so they're trying to really cycle hard to get these giants. Okay, so up to 14. Dig for treasure. It's up to 17, so next turn's guaranteed giant turn. So play down my South Sea deckhand. Use the coin, gets out the Buccaneers buffs. Play the Buccaneer down. Go face. Let's trade these 2. Shadow step onto my Buccaneer. Do I play it back down? Yes. No. Yes, I think I do play it back down. Use Shadow Step on the 6-3. Eight damage to face. Just gonna deal the 2 damage here. I don't want to risk it too badly with it, like I am going to lose my South Sea deckhand, but they won't have a way to board clear me.
Witness true arcane magic.
So I will be able to use this in combination with any of these things. They're using a backstab on their own minions, so they're trying to get the breakdance here, but it means that they're going to lose the possibility of doing a trade anyway. So I don't feel like that's a great idea. Freezing my 8-5. That means they're just gonna go. Okay. So I've got 6 still on board. Backstab. Play down the Buccaneer. Use the scrap heap so I can get the buffs onto stuff. They still got Duvious Purchase, which is something to think about. Didn't get any rush minion. So just play this one down. And this one down. Use the deafen onto here. You can go onto there and you can go onto here.
Here we go.
And then with this board, I think they're still too far away from Cecil's anyway, and then it can use the Winfrey to take out whatever.
I get it.
what's our next game? Playing against a priest. I think this is I already played against this priest. They were the pain priest, I believe.
Our own fate.
Watch your back.
Were they? I feel like I played against this person. Not sure actually. I don't see it in the game history. Okay, just pass. Next turn's probably establish the weapon. That looks like a Reno play.
Here we
I don't have anything in my hand, so I'm using the weapon to swing. Next turn's gonna be swing and re-establish the weapon, more than likely. Okay, Buccaneer's fine.
Here we go.
Dubious purchase. Re-establish the weapon. Just pass. Okay. So, if it is Elise, they took a while to choose that.
Here we go.
I'm gonna just use the dubious purchase just to draw the cards. I'm just gonna pass here because I don't want to overdraw. Next turn I have the Nexus. Defense Crystal. It's fine. Okay, so I play down my Nexus, I use the Backstab.
I will tend to
See what it buffs.
how
Onto my 3/3, which is good. I'll use the Own Manager to get the coin, and I'm gonna do a weapon swing just to draw an extra card. Because I am still looking for a Shadow Step or another Breakdowns. A prep would be decent as well, because then I can use it to activate on my dubious purchase. Okay, so they've got the second crystal. So I go, this turn I go coin first. Lay down my Buccaneer. Go the Backstab. Get my buffs onto my South Sea Deckhand. Trade. Shadow Step. Base. Lay down, back down my Buccaneer. Use a Breakdance on my 8/7. I think I just chill now. I don't think I have lethal doing this, so I'm not gonna play it. But then again, yeah, I think that's just the board that I keep just in case. I won't use the weapon swing in case I need to use extra mana. I don't think with turn 6 they'll be able to do enough with this. If I played it down, they possibly could have, so I didn't want to do it just in case they had like the Shadow Word Ruin. I don't think they'll be able to deal with the board though, but yeah, it's more so just in case. I think they may have left. no, they're still here. Another defense crystal. Okay. Doesn't really matter. How much is on a roll tier 5? How many wins is that? Is that like 5 in a row? Seven? I'm not too sure. Doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so what have we got to draw into? I think it's a shaman. More than likely going to be a swarm shaman.
Fear the coming storm.
Watch.
I think I just get rid of everything here. I don't want to risk it like I did the other times. I've got the card, that's good. So now I just need to draw into a minion, too. Well,
Toys are much more
I guess they're playing Swarm Shaman for sure. I think I just hold this turn. They're giving the buff. It's fine. Okay, I've got the Buccaneer, so I could go coin, backstab, Buccaneer. Coin, backstab, Nexus, SHAFFAR, Buccaneer. Yeah, I think it's just establish the weapon this turn. Next turn I can't clear it either though. They still have the buff that's in their hand they can get for it, so I just hope it isn't win free. So I'm taking 6 damage from them this turn. I don't think that really matters too much. Okay, so it's always SHAFFAR, it's always backstab to this. And it's always trade into it so I don't lose anything. The problem is next turn I don't have a way to get any buff going back into my hand at the moment. It's fine. Wait, why didn't that buff it? What just happened? I got the Fan of Knives here. Gets me a lucky comet, which is good. It means I can get an activator for this. Another Fan of Knives means I can full clear as well. So I think I just use the second Fan of Knives. Get into here. Don't really want to take the extra damage. So I'll just use the prep. And then next turn I can go Lucky Comet this, and then see what ends up coming from it. Oh, they might have another Moloch in their hand, that's probably the reason why I didn't activate. Okay, so 6/8. Divine Shield. Okay. Alright, so Lucky Comet first. Tolgath is great. Okay, so I get 3 6/5s. Always use the coin here. So that gets buffed off. Backstab. I'm gonna have to trade 2 of these into that. Fine though, I still have the board. They are 2 turns away from their big Murloc. I still haven't seen their other Murloc that was in their hand, so it's quite likely it's the Cutlass.
Muzzle their magic.
They hexing that. It's fine. Use the coin. I think if I use this, it means I got a big board. They had to use a Thrall's Gift that turn. It's turn 7 for them as well. I think I just go it.
Set sail for sail. What a steal.
Because I honestly don't think they have a way to clear that. Next turn's always going to be a reattaching weapon, so I'll just keep it.
The storms will swallow my enemies.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could.
They have a Grifter. I didn't think they'd be playing that, but with my little frog here, it should be able to outlast it. As long as they don't get pop-up book. But even if they did, they wouldn't be able to do the switch for it, so they're going to use that. It goes into there, and then I can just win the next turn. I honestly wasn't expecting a Grifter, but it's fine.
The storms will swallow my enemies.
What a steal. What a steal.
Storms will swallow my enemies.
Okay. Last star. This is the Gatekeeper. Final boss. Wish me luck. We'll see how we go with it. The final boss. Okay, playing against a Druid.
I must protect the wild.
Watch
Don't want to keep any of this.
back.
Druids can always high roll. That's the problem that you may come up against for this. But then again, I'm a high roll deck as well. I can't really talk. Always dig for treasure here. South Sea deckhand. Ugh, that's fine. I think I'm probably just gonna hold out for the gear shift.
Time waits for no one.
I think they're playing Hydration Druid. So I feel like I played against this person just earlier. With that draw, I think it may be just gear shift.
The pleasure is mine. Here we go.
No, I'll just keep it. I can do the prep dubious purchase turn if I need to, so it means that I'll be able to get my Shaffar a lot easier. Using the coin. New heights, that's fine. Do I just get the do I just activate the South Sea Deckhand? I could. So if I go this, prep this, it means that those two go back.
As a gracious host, I will tend to.
Because once again, coin's better than prep.
How entertaining.
Okay. I got another prep anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, open summons. So I've got breakdance, which is quite strong. I don't want to. I'm just going to use the dubious purchase first because I need to make sure that I have a minion. Then I can go South Sea Deckhand, go face, use the coin, the buff goes onto the 3 drop, use the breakdance, and I'll leave my weapon active because I don't think I'm going to be using it again. I don't think I'm going to be doing a weapon swing next turn either. I'm going to have to use all this mana. Oh, yeah. I need a 0 cost card, otherwise I won't be able to use it next turn. Okay, I got a backstab, that's quite good. Is it lethal? No, shouldn't be that. Maybe I'll just take a turn and chill. Use raiding party. And draw a card because I want to be drawing extra different cards out of my deck. Yeah, and then next turn I can get stuff going. I'm gonna hold the Valera's Gift this time for if they have the Ziliax. Taking 5 damage to the face. Okay, so the defense crystal's fine. I got a Shadow Step as well. Is that gonna be lethal? So, backstab here. Play the Rush. No, I don't think so. So actually we'll use the Valera's Gift here. Grab it as a backstab so I can do more combos if I need to. Goes onto there. Can go here. So play down the South Sea Deckhand. Backstab, South Sea Deckhand. Go face. Shadow Step it. Go face. Just keeping the breakdance just in case. I don't think they will be running Innovate. So they shouldn't be able to access Ziliax this turn, next turn. Oh, okay. That should just be lethal. Play Deafen. Let on the Buccaneer. Your face. And then the South Sea Deckhand gets lethal. Oh, it doesn't get lethal.
Here we go.
Oh dear. Because it went onto the Nexus. Okay, I'm 1 damage off. Should have waited for the draw. Oh, Miss Lethal. That's great. Jeez. Can I still lose with the Ziliax coming out? I don't think so. But that's bad. Okay, so 6-2 can go into here. That was bad. Oh, okay. I think it's probably enough for today. Been streaming for a few hours, and obviously I got the legend that I was looking for. Yeah, and you know, it does show the power of the deck. Like simply being able to misplay that badly is something, I guess. I should have, the previous turn that I made for that mistake, I should have grabbed the the Buccaneer just in case if it wanted to the buff for it. Yeah. Okay, what do I get from these climbing the ranks? A red giant. Fantastic. Oh, I got a pack. The Murmur. Does this get me? Ignitus? Any of these any decent? Doesn't look like it. Let's... Will my packs get me anything good? Come on, I want a lucky comet. Well, it's an epic, I guess. Okay. Alright, so there's... I'll put the deck list up onto this for you so you can have a quick look at what I was using just to confirm. I'll copy and paste the deck list into the chat. Yeah, so I'm glad for you all to be coming along for this stream. So I might go a few more games. I was going on my main account though. I don't really feel like I need to do any more on this. Just be a moment. I don't even know what rank I am anymore in this because I haven't played it in a few days. Since I've played so much SHAFFAR Rogue, should I play something different? I feel like I should, because I've been playing so much of the same deck for a long time. Because that's been like 80 games or something. 57 wins, 25 losses. How much is that?
Come in. There's always
82
something
games.
new here in the end.
Okay. Oh, I didn't even do my weekly challenge. Oops. Oh, well, doesn't matter too much. Okay. Reroll that. Destroy. Drawing cards is a lot easier. Is there any preference of decks that people want to watch? Oh, I'm almost at 1,000 wins for Shaman. Let's do this. Let's get it up on stream.
Thrall versus
Okay, playing against a mage. I haven't played Swarm Shaman very much, so I'm not, a little bit inexperienced with it. Bounce I don't really want. Do I want the Cutlass? Not really. Don't want any of these. Okay, so this is pretty decent, so I'm gonna go 1, 2, probably.
One dose solves any problem.
So with that, I'm just gonna play down the greedy partner. I don't really want to risk it.
Fold.
And this might be my turn 2 play. So they're doing a hero power, so they're not actually establishing anything doing that. So let's just play this down as turn 2. It gets those 2 buffed.
What happened to no one left behind?
Okay, so they've got the 5-4 down, so I don't really want that to be living. So I think I always go the Murloc. Gets a 2-2 out. I can use the pop-up book if I want to. And then I'll get this down onto the board as well. Taunt. Just go face.
Witness true arcane magic.
Okay, so they could get a chalice here, which could be a little bit of a problem for me, but I'm not really too worried. Like if they use a chalice, they could clear a few things. They clear quite a lot actually using the chalice. Okay, I got my backstage bouncer, so I'm obviously going to be using that soon. Turbolus is always good. I think I just go face and then I play my bouncer. Even though, actually I could have cleared. That's probably a little bit of a misplay. I could have used that to clear into the 2-3. They still have the Seabreeze Chalice. As long as they don't have another one, I'm relatively safe.
Magic and magma go hand in hand.
No manage is fine. Okay, so they're freezing my 5-4 and then they're trading, so... Do I just force it? Elemental. I don't know if I have another one. I could just turn this into a 5-3, that means that they have to do a trade and I can just trade the minion to here. Rush minion to there. Or I could buff it up using Trusty Companion, that gets me a beast. I think I prefer playing the Turbolus down now. And then doing coin and going to turn the tides. I'll keep it as a 3-3 and I'll just trade using my face. So that means they're going to be forced essentially to trade into that, and they won't be able to ping my 3-3, so I still have more minions on the board. Elementals. So I still have the Zephyrus as an elemental. I think that's it. Oh, and I also have the Sand Art. Okay, so they're dealing 5s. They got an efficient trade doing that. don't have a way to clear it just yet, so I'm gonna have to use the... yeah, I don't really want that to be doing much more. Neither of those do anything right now. I'll just play a totem down and I'll take out the 5-1. They'll be able to do secrets or my cards cost more. It's fine. I don't know if this deck usually runs Tsunami anymore. So I could just freeze whatever they send out. Gives me a little bit more pressure. Metal detector. Okay, so using the frostbolt onto my guy.
Muzzle their magic.
Okay, so they just have a coin in their hand. I think I just freeze this. That one gives secrets. This is the next thing. Yeah, just freeze it. They've only got a coin in their hand. Okay, I've got another Turn the Tides. Play the Murloc here. Take out the 5-8. I don't really want them to be able to get secrets. It means they can trade this and then do the ping, but I think that's okay.
Checkmate. Well done.
Yeah. GG's. Okay, I'm going to call it there. Thank you everyone for coming along. I'm glad that you've enjoyed the stream. If there's any decks or things that you'd like me to do in the future, just let me know. And yeah, have a nice day. Obviously keep liking, sharing, and subscribing to the content. I really appreciate it. Bye for now.